everybody on screen, so I'll watch for cards if you have them. If I miss somebody, just speak up.
We got our little virtual hands.
Yeah.
If we raise those, they'll pop to the top of your screen. You won't miss them.
Cards are better.
Okay, I'm showing 9 o'clock, Patrick. So I'll call the meeting to order and look for a roll call.
Thank you, Warden Clark. So I apologize if I miss anybody, as there are still some people popping in, but all members of council are present with the exception of, I don't believe I've seen Councillor Bell. Please speak up if you are on the meeting and I've missed you. Councillor Fowler is absent at the moment. Councillor Hamlin is absent at the moment.
Actually, I'm present.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I apologize just as people have been popping in right at 9 here. For city reps, Councillor Durnford is absent. Councillor Follis, again, please speak up, but I don't believe is on the meeting at the moment.
He's here. Yes, he's here.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Councillor Hamilton is present. Mayor McIsaac is present. Councillor Negusi, I believe, is absent. Mayor Nuttall, I believe, is absent, and Councillor Rietma is present, and you have your quorum, Warden.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'll look for that the agenda of October 29th, 2024 special budget meeting of the committee of the whole be approved. Moved by Councillor Fowler, second by Mayor McIsaac. All in favor? That is carried. Do I have a disclosure of pecuniary interest by any member of council? I'm not seeing any, but if you find yourself in that situation later, please declare it at that time. So with that, item 4.1, before I hand it over to CEO Aiken, just to do our introductions, I would ask councillors, as the presentations are being played, many of them are pre-recorded, so just hold your questions. There'll be a question period at the end of each presentation and ask your questions at that time. So Mark, if you want to take us away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you, Council, obviously, for spending the time today to consider the draft 2025 budget. Obviously, a lot of work has gone into this, so I don't know if, Trevor, you want to start the presentation as I make some opening comments. So as the Warden noted, the virtual meeting today, I think Council is quite pleased with this this format for this first budget workshop. And as the Warden noted, it's an opportunity through presentations and discussions to kind of better familiarize yourself with the budget document. We're not looking to make any decisions today. And as always, staff welcome any questions today or through emails afterwards, or on any clarifications or further understanding that councillors may need as you work through the draft budget. And as council has heard me say before, the budget is a detailed financial plan, obviously, and it's based on a lot of complex considerations and inputs from various plans and systems that feed up into the county budget. And these are all based on council's directions and our service levels and our capital plans, as well as our strategic initiatives. So obviously a lot of inputs and previous decisions of council go into these plans. Staff, as always, will work to find savings and efficiencies throughout the year, chase down any new grants, and we'll look forward and bring forward, any new or unforeseen costs that may occur during the year. And obviously those will be worked out through our reconciliations at the end. Well, many of the county's services remain very taxed, heavily utilized as our economy and our social and health systems continue to recover from COVID. I do believe, having gone through the budget many times now, that the 2025 draft plan's a very well thought out document that addresses our service needs and our plans for the future. And I'd really like to thank our directors in particular and our financial controllers for all the work they've been doing over the last number of months. A lot of significant time and effort has gone into this document, as council will see through the presentations. So maybe if we go to the next slide, and I can go through the agenda for today. So as they're doing that, Trevor and Leland are going to provide an overview, and then we're going to go through the departmental budgets. We're going to deal with the social and community services, health and emergency services first. Purpose of that, obviously, is for the benefit of our friends in the separated cities who have inputs into those sections of the budget. Then we're going to go through engineering, planning, and environment, the ward and the CAO clerk's archives, economic development, Lake Simcoe Airport, Service Simcoe, and then we'll deal with Trevor's areas, the corporate supports of performance in general municipal. And then Trevor and Leland will go through kind of a consolidated financial summary at the end. And as the warden pointed out, most of the departmental budgets are pre-recorded, but there will be an opportunity at the end of every section for questions, discussions, and clarifications for council. So I'll pass things over to our general manager now, Trevor, our general manager of corporate performance. And Trevor's going to obviously, as I said, provide an overview, and afterwards, I know councillors, a number of you have already had to go through the budget, but afterwards, Trevor's also going to be providing some summaries and potential options for council's considerations that I think are commensurate with our strategies, but also attempt to maintain the positive operating surpluses and financial position that council has grown to expect at the county level. So, Trevor, and thank you very much again, council, for your time and consideration today.
Thank you very much, Mark. Good morning, council. Thank you. I'm pleased to bring you the draft 2025 budget. Right now, I'll provide a bit of an overview, and then what I'll do is turn it over to the department presentations. So in terms of an overview, this is just to give some background in terms of, for anybody who is viewing the presentation today, especially our residents, that the budget's purpose is primarily to set out the programs and services of provided by the county. This provides a method for managing and controlling our expenditures and forecasting where we're going to pay for those in terms of revenues and what other supports. And also the various plans that we have in place and the initiatives that we're going to put in place for the next year. We're required to approve a balanced budget each year per the Municipal Act and the Public Sector Accounting Board rules, so no operating deficit is allowed. The budget process is a long one with a number of steps. It begins with individual departments developing their budgets and putting that in place in the mind of maintaining existing services and the service levels that we have, and then incorporating anticipated changes, whether those are driven by inflationary issues or by changes in levels of service or other factors. Then the department budgets are consolidated into a larger view and reviewed by our financial area. So our finance team pulls everything together. We do a thorough view on a department level, then it's pulled together into a larger view. It's reviewed by our executive team. This iteration can go a couple of times, which it did, and then it comes to you, the Committee of the Whole, with an ultimate recommendation to Council. So included in the budget for 2025, this is not a list of everything that's included, but I thought I would highlight, especially for the public that is not familiar with the budget. I know, Council, you are familiar with many of these initiatives. We have a continued focus on housing. Our 10-year affordable housing plan is continuing. We have 3 Simcoe Housing Corporation developments that are in play at the moment, either in the planning stage or actually entering development. We're creating a housing opportunity fund this year, and I'm sure the GM will cover that when the time comes in the presentation. We have homelessness prevention initiatives that are continuing, our 10-point strategy and other supportive housing initiatives, as well as looking at a framework for quality assurance and managing our systems and resources around those. We're implementing the CWELC agreement, which is the agreement funding childcare across the country. But we have that agreement in Ontario that we're part of the implementation for. In paramedics, MPDS is a dispatch system that's being implemented that we've been waiting for a long time that should help us manage call volumes. And we're also advocating for community paramedicine program expansion. We've got our posts and station development that continues. In long-term care, there's an increase of staffing to meet the 4-hour care target, and a large development with Simcoe Village. And then through Council's approval, an expanded emergency management role to include support for the municipalities. In EPE, we have a number of initiatives, many roads, intersections, typical bridges, those kind of things. The railway trail construction is happening. We are launching one more route under the Links Transit Initiative that will service South Simcoe. And in solid waste management, there is a waste facility that's being developed in BWG. The Archives Renewal Project continues, as well as the Matthews Innovation and Transportation Gallery development. And the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport continues working towards its strategic plan and has the development and implementation of business development strategy planned for next year. In corporate performance, we are looking at implementing an insurance pool for Simcoe County municipalities, which should save significant dollars in terms of insurance costs. We're anticipating that will be launched around mid-year. And the asset management plan is being launched to meet the Ontario regulations. I just like to take a few minutes to walk you through some of the factors that are affecting this budget and have affected other budgets as well. Within the budget document, you'll see, I will get to a chart that we've created of cost versus revenue indexes. A couple of cost indexes that we use is the CPI index in Ontario. Related to that is revenue that we receive around Ontario Works Admin, rent gear to income, rent increases, long-term care level of care funding, and of course our own tax rate. And then there's capital-related indexes, the non-residential building index. That construction index is largely looked at as a view of how the cost of construction is moving within the province. And that funding related to capital is CCBF, which is the Community Benefit Fund from the province, or the old gas tax fund. So if we look at CPI, this is what it's done over the last 5 years. We've seen it go up to a pretty high level at 6.6%, and then come back down. It's trending towards what the Bank of Canada would like to see, which is the 2% range. So that's good to see. It was still well in the 2% range for most of the year this year. So we did see inflation still affecting us. And that influence really can be seen here in terms of, I'm going to add in the different revenue components. So this one has Ontario Works Admin funding. There was a significant cut in 2020 that was way off the chart. Actually, it's more like below 10%, more than 10% was reduced. Some was brought back in 2021, but since then, the admin funding has been held flat. So there's been no increases. So in effect, we've seen a decrease in terms of the funding for Ontario Works Administration because of the effect of inflation. Then we add in rent geared to income. So the rent geared to income increase is administered in terms of allowable increase each year. You can see that in 2021 it was at 0, and then each year after that is lagged behind inflation again. So that increases the gap that we see in terms of other sources of funding. This is the long-term care level of care increase. Until this year, or until 2024, it significantly lagged behind inflation. Thankfully, we did see a reasonable increase in 2024 that has helped. This is the tax rate. I put it as a line so it's a little bit easier to see. Our tax rate, again, we had a 0% tax rate in 2021, with a little bit more in 22, then flat around 3.5% ish to 23 and 24. Again, that gap of inflationary increase is the challenge that we have, because if you look at a cumulative chart, it's not really caught up. And you can see that when we look at the operating balance, and I'll show you that in a second. This is the non-residential building index, significant growth. We can all recognize the cost of lumber, the cost of construction materials significantly increased, but the CCBF funding, which is tied to those kind of projects, did not increase in step with inflation. So we have a significant lag behind for that. And that is the combined chart that you can see in the budget binder, which shows those lines. So the two lines, the black one, the blue one, they're the indexes related to the inflationary indexes, and then you can see the others and how they relate. And there is a recognizable gap there. And here's where it shows up. So in 29, these are the selective lines from our operating balance report. So we show an operating revenue and an operating balance. And I've shown transfer to reserve because what I've done is adjusted the operating revenue and the operating balances, excluding those reserves. This mimics the Standard & Poor's methodology that they use. It's a proxy for it. They've got a much more complicated way of doing it, where they back out some of the revenues and some of the expenses to look at what's the trending operating balance and revenues. And then they calculate an operating balance as a percentage of operating revenue. So basically, how much is left over that would be going towards capital, and what is that as a percentage of the revenues that we've got coming in? And you can see that in 2019 to 2021, it was trending right around 10 to 11%, pretty standard every year. Even, we do fluctuate. Some years we transfer more to reserve, sometimes we don't, or we use those reserves because we have increases in one-time amounts that we need. So those fluctuations are taken out. Then in 2022, when really inflation caught up with us, you can see it dropped to 3.5%. We had a slight rebound in 2023. Largely that was because we got some significant funding at the very end of COVID that really helped us that year. And then 24 and 25 have again stayed around the 3.3, 3.4%. So this is the concern that I have from a financial view in terms of wanting to see this ratio increase, or at least stay where it is, if not try and increase it to put us in a better financial position. So just with that background, we did propose a 4% total levy. 2% is made up for operating. This is maintaining our operating balance and covers really our short-term asset needs, because we don't want to borrow for things like vehicles. We maintain service levels with that, and we keep pace with, try and keep pace with cost increase. Asset management represents another 2% increase. We have specific needs around asset management. As you can see from the building condition, the index, the building index, that has significant increases, and we're really trying to keep pace with that and maintain our assets in good working order. And that is in line with the asset management plans that we've brought forward with council directing those initiatives. So this is the budget snapshot, which you will have seen in your budget document. And this shows that for 2025, we're projecting an operating balance of $5.2 million. That's on revenues of almost $700 million and commensurate operating expenses. And then gross capital is a significant capital year. As I've outlined, we've had a number of significant initiatives that are happening, and so the gross capital requirements have gone up and the net capital with that. And then from a debt perspective, we are expecting to start borrowing, as I've been broadcasting to council over the last couple of years. With the initiatives that we have going, we expect to be financing a couple of those larger initiatives, and that will kick off sometime this year. We are trying to time it with interest rates. They are starting to come down, so we are trying to manage that to do it as efficiently as possible to try and take advantage of those interest rates. So we'll see if we can do that. With that, I thank you very much for being here, and I will come back at the end with a summary and, as promised, talk to you about adjustments to that, the levy increase, either 0.5% or up or 0.5% down, but I'll cover that in the summary. Thank you.
Any questions for Trevor at this point? You have to give me a second while I scroll through. Oh, here we go. Okay, I'm not seeing any. Oh, yes, I do. Councillor Aurelia, Councillor Fallis, and then Councillor Leduc.
Thanks, Warden. Just through the chair, just trying to understand process. I do have some questions, but I didn't know if this is the opportunity to pose them, or do we wait for each report to come forward through video and then pose them incrementally?
I would wait for, unless it's one for an overall for Trevor, I would wait till we get into each one of the departments. Good. Okay, Councillor Leduc.
Yes, thank you, Warden. One question I'd like to ask Trevor. I'd like to see what the impacts are if we would reduce our operating budget by 1% and our special levy by 5%. How would that impact our budget? Because I'd like to see if we could show some numbers to see where that sits with a reduction. So is that something that Trevor can bring back, later on in a week or so, if he can put that together to see what the impacts are of doing a 1% operating reduction, so going from 2% to 1% and a 1.5 on the capital, so taking a 0.5 point off the capital.
And
do
Trevor.
Okay. We can speak to that at the end of the presentation. I do have a view that I said I would bring that will show a total 0.5% increase, also a 0.5% decrease. So that will give you a feel towards that. It doesn't align with the exact amount you're talking about, a full 1% for operating and a 0.5% for capital. That would be a 1.5% reduction overall.
Okay to wait till that time, Councillor?
Yeah. I just threw it out there for now just to see. Thanks.
Okay, any other? Okay, I'm not seeing any other questions, so we'll get into Social and Community Services, General Manager Fayez Beguet.
Social and Community Services. To begin the 2025 budget presentation, I'll give a brief update on our division. The Social and Community Services Division has 4 departments: the Ontario Works Department, the Children's Services Department, the Community Services Department, which includes 2 teams, the Homelessness Services Team and the Business Intelligence and Policy and Planning Team, and finally our Housing Services Department, which includes 2 teams, the Simcoe County Housing Corporation Team and the Social Housing Nonprofit Sector Team. In the next few slides, I will provide a brief overview of the 4 departments, including each service area. The Ontario Works Department provides income and life stability support, mandatory and discretionary benefits, and emergency social services. The Children's Services Department provides early learning and licensed childcare system management, the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program, and it also provides support and professional development and capacity building for those daycare providers participating in our systems. The Community Services Department has two service areas: the Homelessness Prevention Service Area, which provides shelter outreach, housing help, and homelessness prevention services across the county, and the Business Intelligence Systems Planning Team, which provides data research analysis and policy development for the whole division. The Social Housing Department has three service areas: Simcoe County Housing Corporation, which is our locally operated housing corporation that provides rent-geared to income housing across the county; the Social Housing Nonprofit System, which provides oversight to nonprofit affordable housing providers; and the Affordable Housing Strategy Program and Delivery as our System Service Manager. In the next few slides, I'll discuss our 2024 accomplishments as a division. In 2024, the Ontario Works Department formally launched the Social Assistance Modernization Initiative set out by the province. This is a transition to the new Integrated Employment Services model, which is a provincial mandate under the new modernized legislation. The change is intended to provide quicker and easier eligibility determination and more streamlined benefit administration. This is a centralized model that the province is piloted and now fully implemented in 2024. Another significant accomplishment in 2024 was the establishment of a non-urgent care clinic in our Aurelia Social Community Services office. This clinic offers services for the unattached residents and children throughout the community of Aurelia. The Ontario Works team was able to broker a partnership with the local Ontario Health team and Soldiers Memorial Hospital in order to bring in these services and establish a clinic that serves those who are living in our community. In 2024, the Children's Services Department entered the third year of implementation of the Canada-wide Early Learning and Childcare Program, also known as CWELC. To date, 1,935 CWELC spaces have been created and fully licensed, out of the 3,081 that were set to be created by 2026. The department is approximately 2/3 of the way through its allotment. The Children's Services team continues to work to stabilize the licensed child care system in response to this significant system transformation, including the new guidelines that will be established on January 1st, 2025. In 2024, the Community Services Department's homelessness team expanded the community safety team's pilot to Collingwood, Midland, and Aurelia. The Community Services Department homelessness team also maximized one-time federal funding to acquire 2 modular structures and establish supported rapid rehousing programs in the town of Collingwood and in the city of Aurelia, one serving seniors and the other serving youth experiencing homelessness. The Community Services homelessness team established new health services for seniors experiencing homelessness throughout its shelter system. This assisted individuals over the age of 55 in finding more appropriate permanent housing outcomes outside of the shelter system. Another major accomplishment for the team was centralizing the administration of the motel voucher program, allowing for families experiencing homelessness to call one centralized number in order to access motel vouchers to address their current shelter needs. This provides consistency in diversion practices and connects family rapidly to housing help services. It also increases accountability and simplifies billing and approval processes across the system. Finally, the Community Services team was also able to land 2 new critical partnerships, one for the delivery of absence-based addiction recovery for women experiencing homelessness, and the other with the Community Veteran Outreach Program to facilitate access to veterinary care for pets of individuals experiencing homelessness. In 2024, the social housing team was able to complete its Aurelia development. 130 households moved into this new affordable housing building. This community also saw several local community agencies and social enterprises become fully operational on the main floor of the building. The social housing team has been able to open its Ontario Works office in its new development in Bradford, West Gwillimbury in 2024. Also, 50 households are planning to be moving into this building in December of this year. 2024 also saw the social housing team successfully complete the required planning approvals for its 220-unit affordable housing development in the city of Barrie. The team has also awarded the consultant in construction management contracts and is planning to break ground later this fall. Another accomplishment in 2024 was the approval and passing of the Simcoe County Housing Corporation's master plan. This plan provides a flexible roadmap to create a pipeline of projects to increase affordable housing stock throughout the county. The plan builds on the municipal CFP that was conducted last year, as well as the private request for information from potential partners, developers, and nonprofit providers to gain more information about what planning around affordable housing is occurring throughout the county. Finally, the Social Housing Department was able to launch its supportive resident program in its community housing buildings. This is an intensive case management program to better ensure successful tenancies for those who are ending their experience of homelessness or are at risk of becoming homeless. In the next few slides, I will discuss the 2025 key initiatives and budget highlights. The Ontario Works Department's 2025 key initiatives and focus areas are to further enhance the revised service delivery model by creating new partnerships that provide wraparound supports and services to its most vulnerable clientele. A second focus area for Ontario Works is to further engage the Ontario health teams to create health and human service integration opportunities and to create more clinical services in the future developments, including the new Barrie campus. The 2025 Ontario Works budget highlights are as follows. There's a net departmental requirement decrease of $1.2 million. This is due to an in-year increase of administrative funding from the provincial government, the first increase of its kind since 2018, and will result in an operating balance decrease of $1.2 million. The Ontario Works budget in 2025 will see a revenue increase of $15.2 million. This is due to an increase of caseload from 5,702 cases in 2024 to 7,050 cases in 2025. All caseloads are 100% funded by the province. There will also be an expense increase of $14 million. This includes a $1.1 million cost for the office equipment for the new Barrie satellite office that is scheduled to open in 2025. The 2025 key initiatives and focus areas for the Children's Services Departments begins with the creating of 698 Canada-wide early learning and childcare spaces, also known as CWELC. Another major initiative is the implementation of the long-awaited cost-based funding model that will take effect on January 1st, 2025. This will replace the former revenue replacement model of funding for the CWELC programs. The Children's Services Department will also be focusing on system-wide change management to help support and transition those operators who are enrolled in CWELC to ensure that they remain viable. Another area of focus will be to continue the work with providers on the reduction in fees, subsidies. As the CWELC program continues to take hold, there will be less fee subsidy clientele. Finally, the Children's Services Department will continue to focus on workforce stabilization and capacity building for all of its current ongoing programs. The 2025 Children's Services budget highlights are as follows. 2025 will see another increase in funding to support the CWELC as we shift to a new cost-based funding model. The childcare centers enrolled in CWELC will have a cap of the cost of childcare of $22 per day per child as of January 1st, 2025, and will receive the balance of their funding through an allocation determined by the cost-based funding model. As the work of the department shifts away from a focus on fee subsidy and towards a more fulsome funding program, adjustments are being made to the positions within the Children's Services Department to better address the ongoing needs of the sector. While the Ministry of Education has reduced its administrative costs for the program, the Children's Services Department has been able to invest its previous year's savings. Accordingly, its transfer from reserves are currently able to cover the cost increases so that there is no net increase to the county or the cities of Barrie or Orillia based on the increased cost of the new services for the new CWELC program. The Children's Services Department's 2025 budget highlights are as follows. The The department will see another increase of $61.9 million in CWELC funding. This means childcare centers enrolled in the CWELC program will cap the cost of childcare at $22 per day per child as of January 1st, 2025, and will receive the balance of their funding through an allocation determined by the cost-based funding model. The net decrease of $18.2 million in childcare local priorities and $2.4 million in decrease in federal early childcare funding is 100% funded through the federal program. The Child Care Services Department's 2025 budget will also see a $125,000 funding allocation for new office furniture with the opening of the Rose Street Barrie office in the late fall of 2025. The department will also see one FTE transfer that occurred in-year in 2024 from Ontario Works become a permanent position on their team in 2025. The 2025 key budget initiatives for the Community Services Homelessness Team is as follows. The Community Services Homeless Team will continue to further the work of the county's 10-point homelessness prevention strategy. The team will increase the supportive housing units and spaces and try to diversify options to reduce the reliance on homelessness shelters in general. The Community Services Homelessness Team will also establish quality assurance and system resourcing work that will focus on continuous improvements and best practices in all of its funded program areas. There will also be a focus on modernizing the outreach services to address street-involved homelessness encampments and responses to those encampments. The 2025 budget highlights for the Community Services Department includes the following. A net increase of departmental operating balance of $472,000. This increase is primarily driven by the transfer of 3 FTEs in 2024 to the Community Services Homelessness Team from the Nonprofit Housing and Ontario Works teams respectively. In 2025, the budget of the Community Services Team will also see an additional 3 FTEs transferred, 1 from Ontario Works and 2 funded by the Poverty Reduction Program. Finally, there will be a decrease of $3,000 in revenues due to the reduction of the Reaching Home federal funding program. The Simcoe County Housing Corporation, SCHC, 2025 key initiatives and focus areas are as follows. The SCHC team will continue to expand its supportive resident program and will be introducing 1 tenant navigator FTE in the 2025 budget. This is a part of the process to dedicate 10% of all new units to a resident support program. A major initiative that will be the primary focus of the SCHC team is the Barrie development. In 2025, the team will complete the parking structure and the top 2 floors of commercial space for the Ontario Works team, the Children's Services team, and numerous other community and social service agencies and providers. The SCHC team is also planning to complete a Collingwood development that was submitted through a municipal SCFP call last year. This project would see the redevelopment of a 9-unit building into a 30-unit modular building. The team will also begin planning phases in 2 other development projects, an energy retrofit project in Penetanguishene and a seniors development in Midland. The 2025 budget highlights for the Simcoe County Housing Corporation team are as follows. There's a net department requirement increase of $17.3 million. This includes an operating increase of $1.5 million. There's also a revenue increase of $3.8 million due to the additional rental and commercial incomes of the 2 new developments in Aurelia and Bradford, as well as transfer from reserve to fund operating and maintenance costs. There are 4 main primary drivers for the $5.3 million expense increase for Simcoe County Housing Corporation in 2025. The first is the additional facility costs for the 2 new builds in Aurelia and Bradford, and the ongoing increased costs for the existing aging stock throughout the county. Second is the increased debt costs for the Aurelia and Bradford builds that are now being added into the operating budget. Third is the increase to the transfer of reserve for future facility costs within the existing stock and the 2 new adds of Aurelia and Bradford to those contributions to reserves. And fourth are the 3 FTEs being introduced in 2025 for the 2 new builds, 1 tenant navigator, 1 supervisor, and 1 superintendent. There is also a net capital increase of $15.8 million for Simcoe County Housing Corporation in 2025. This is driven by the Barrie and Collingwood affordable housing developments. Additionally, there's an increase to different various capital projects throughout the portfolio of $3.2 million in 2025. The Simcoe County Housing Corporation's 2025 capital program includes several major projects. As mentioned earlier, the major capital project of the parking structure and commercial offices at Rose Street in Barrie, the modular affordable housing development in Collingwood, the pre-construction activities of another affordable housing development in Midland, Phase 1 of Blake Street kitchen replacement and sanitary pipe and corridor flooring program in Barrie, the Urban Native Single Family Home Secondary Suites and Garden Suites Development Program in Penetanguishene, and a roof replacement in our existing Bradford property. The 2025 key initiatives and focus areas for the social housing nonprofit team are as follows. The social housing nonprofit team will begin the rollout of the strategy of its new 10-year housing and homelessness strategy based on new provincial guidelines and direction. The team will continue to deliver its municipally funded programs as the system service manager for the nonprofit housing providers, including providing capital loans, creating secondary suites, and issuing rent subsidies. The 2025 will also see the team focus on entering into new service agreements and addressing expiring housing provider mortgage agreements. The social housing nonprofit team will also continue to flow funding out of its provincial and federal funding programs, which include the Ontario Priorities Housing Initiatives, also known as OFI, the Canada Ontario Housing Benefit, also known as COB, and the Canada Ontario Community Housing Initiative, also known as COCHI. The 2025 budget highlights for the social housing nonprofit team are as follows. There's a net department requirement increase of $383,000 in operating. 2025 will see a decrease in funding allocations in 3 federal and provincial programs, OFI, COCHI, and the Service Manager of Federal Funding Legacy Program. Accordingly, there is a coinciding expense decrease of $2.2 million due to the decrease in funding in all 3 of the federal and provincial programs listed above. Finally, there's an increase in Municipal Rent Supplement Program and COB and a new Housing Opportunities Fund. There's also a decrease of 2 FTEs that were transferred in 2024 in year to the Community Services Department. This is the conclusion of the Social and Community Service Division 2025 budget presentation. I'm happy to address any questions.
Okay, do I have any questions for the general manager? Just wait till Councillor Follis, I can see you. Go ahead, ready, Councillor.
Thanks. Through the chair, I just had a couple of questions. I do appreciate the presentation from Mina there. The first was in reference to, this is a bit deep in the agenda, page 271. There's reference to, it looks to be like a pilot program. If Mina could maybe explain that a little bit further, that would be very helpful. Let me just see if I can get the title of it here. It's the Simcoe County Housing Corp Tangible Capital Asset page there. I just wondered if you could explain that a little bit further. The other questions I had were around that last slide to the revenue decrease and the programs that were removed as a result of that revenue, the programs that were removed and the revenue decrease that goes with it. I just wanted to give Mina a little bit more opportunity to speak to that as well. The final question on this front, and I've said it many times, a big believer in affordable housing and the need to look at expanding as much as we can. The 2 questions off that being, would this proposed 0.5 increase focus largely on housing, that not necessarily a proposed increase, but a identified potential increase by county staff there earlier? Would that focus to some degree on housing? And then the other thing is, where would be maybe the most cost effective area to invest in to increase the number of units. The one I wondered about specifically was and mentioned of the modular units. And I know we've had some successful programs on that front. Are there more opportunities to explore those types of things further? So I know that's a jumble of questions. I'll leave it to Mina to maybe speak to that. Thanks.
Go ahead, Mina.
Through you, Chair, Your Worship Warden. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So, for the first question, the pilot that I think you are referring to in the tangible assets is the garden suite and in-suite project that we're going to do in our single-family homes. This is a collaborative approach that we're going to try something new. We are identifying 6 individual single-family homes in our Penetang Midland area that are part of the Urban Native housing program. And what we're trying to do is do a basement in-suite increase in development to create a net new unit, but also try to do a garden suite in the backyard as well using modular, different types of modular developments. So there'll be a call for proposals coming out to do this. It's a $900,000 program, and the idea here is to demonstrate through the years we've been getting a lot of tiny home and modular home pitches, and this would be an opportunity to take a look at 2 or 3 different developers and see who puts together the best product in terms of life cycle and longevity and turnaround time to create. The other part of the partnership is that we have a lot of overhoused families or households living in the homes, meaning their children are grown up, they no longer need the 3 bedrooms, but they want to stay in the community. So by creating the in-suite or the garden suite, they can remain as residents of our program and then free up the home for larger families who have been waiting a long time on our wait list. So that's the pilot, and I think that kind of answers the question about modulars as well. So as you saw, we've done modulars in 3 different locations throughout the county for our homelessness and rapid rehousing programs. So this is our attempt to try to do it on the housing side of the portfolio with the pilot. And then finally, you know, in terms of future modulars for the homelessness side or the supportive or rapid rehousing side, there's only one left from the group in Calgary. So we do have that one on hold, and we are waiting for some future opportunities similar to last year with the federal government or the provincial government on capital. And if we do get that one-time funding again, we'd certainly want to invest in a 4th one, you know, to do any future kind of programming that might come our way. I think the last question you had asked about is just the overall increase on housing in Simcoe County Housing Corporation and whether that goes towards more housing. That's a little bit technically, yes. So the increase, the primary driver of the increase in the budget this year is twofold. One, the new development in Rose Street, which obviously is creating more affordable housing, and this is the first year of a multi-year development. So that would be yes to your answer. And then the driver of the operating cost increase, the non-capital increase, is about 1.3 million, which is about the exact amount for the debt financing that we are carrying on now the 2 builds that we opened up this year, which is Aurelia and Bradford. So in both cases, all the increases in that budget align to creating new affordable housing throughout the community.
Supplementary, Councillor?
Yeah, thanks. Just a really quick question. Appreciate the answers there, Mina. Just on the modular unit discussion, I get the sense it's early days, it's a pilot. Is there any capacity right off the bat to look at expanding that proposal? Are there additional properties that might be available that we could look at?
Mina?
Through you, Warden Clark. Councillor Fallis, I would say that there's always capacity in terms of the housing side of the portfolio. We have over 200 single-family homes with backyards. So certainly if there was ever a federal or provincial opportunity for a great capital investment, after we do our pilot and study which products are the best suited for those, you know, single-family home backyard like garden suites, maybe for sure we would have the capacity to do it. In terms of the modulars that we've done for the homelessness and rapid rehousing programs, like the youth one and the seniors one in Collingwood and Aurelia, that comes down to opportunity for land. And that one's a little bit different because we have to work closely, as you recall, with our municipal partners, the city of Aurelia and the town of Collingwood, to find adequate locations. And that one comes with a little bit more specificity on the type of land, the size, is it tied to utilities? So this one would just be more exploratory, but we certainly would need the programming. But the land opportunity is what limits the availability of ramp up.
Good enough. Okay, I have two. I have Councillor Snell, then Councillor Van Staveren. So Councillor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship, through you. First of all, Mina, thank you so much to you and your team for the great work that you do. You have, I feel personally, one of the most challenging portfolios, especially in today's economy and social times. I have two points. Some questions here around the Strong Mayors initiative, solvethecrisis.ca, that came across our council last week, and unanimously we supported sending a letter of support requesting that the province starts to look at this more strategically as a province plan. Do you within your team, are you planning to support that, and do you have capacity to be able to really push that hard within your team?
Through you, Warden Clark. Thank you for the question, Councillor Sell. I think the answer is certainly we support any government intervention when it comes to homelessness. We recognize it as a health crisis and a housing crisis combined. And for that, we need intervention not only from the provincial, but both orders of government. On encampments specifically too, I know the federal government has announced that they will be releasing or announcing more funding specific to encampments. So we are absolutely ready in terms of receiving whatever programs come. We did apply for a Heart Hub here at the county, and we coordinated that application to be one as the system service manager for the county. So any government opportunities that are available to us, we certainly want to take advantage of them. In terms of supporting the advocacy portions, because we're a system service manager, we don't necessarily participate directly in the advocacy components, but we work through our associations, whether that's AMSA or AMO, similar to what we did with the Landlord Tenant Board advocacy. So certainly there is an aligned approach coming from those associations, and we're one of the 47 service managers that are participating both on the federal and provincial ones.
Okay. A supplementary, go ahead.
Thank you, Warden. I'm really glad to hear that, and I would encourage each of us as it comes across your desk in regards to the initiative around solvethecrisis.ca. It's quite robust what they're doing there with the Strong Mayors. Recognizing as well that your team can't be everywhere all the time and quickly in response to some of our own individual community needs. You know, we're all dealing with these issues. We're all dealing with encampments, squatters on public or private property, homelessness issues. We're in the beach. I can only speak to us, but you know, we have resources that are being allocated, whether it's staff time through emergency services, doing some intervention, some wraparound services, connecting them to Busby, to your Ontario Works and the services that you provide. Is there any plan to have a pool of funds that we might be able to apply with the county to sort of recoup some of those costs that the municipalities are experiencing on the front lines?
Go ahead, Mina. Easy.
Through you, Warden Clark. I would say there like two parts to that question that we can try to address. The first part is, in terms of our team, we are doing things to make it easier to access those services after hours. So you'll see a centralized intake model where anyone who's trying to intervene and support someone experiencing homelessness can call one number, whether it's during or after hours. You know, we're aligning that to launch hopefully this winter. We're starting with the motel voucher program. So now anyone who's seeking access to shelter and doesn't have a shelter space due to an accommodation need and requires something like an alternative space like a motel, they can call 211, anytime and get coordinated efforts to get that motel and coordinate transportation to it. So we're trying to recreate similar programs for everything that is offered, whether it be housing help, shelter support, outreach support, or motel programming. So that will assist in any after-hour interventions, whether it's happening on a municipal staff level or at the county level. Our team isn't large, like in total, it's 7 people who run the homelessness system for the region. So, and certainly you'll see in our budget, that's after we increased the FTE allocations in 2024 by repurposing positions from other parts of the division. So it's essentially almost a net zero increase that we did to create a larger team. But in terms of municipal funding, I think we have the Social Community Investment Fund. So this is a fund that oftentimes it helps fill the gap where municipalities are picking up services or supporting people through agency support or direct support. So it's a little different. We've had nonprofits and community-based organizations that are referred by municipal partners like and different municipalities or leaders from councils saying, hey, there's this food bank in trouble, like in Wasaga Beach. That was something we worked with council on, and we ended up funding through the Social Community Investment Fund. So certainly there's opportunities to avoid those costs by referring them to us, and we can find a way to fund them through those grant programs. And or usually what we also try to do is invest in growing organizations to grow services. So between those two, that's how we kind of offer up funding for municipalities to access, and those are all regionally available to any member municipality in the 2 separated cities.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So I've got Councillor Van Staveren, Dolan, and Sandu. Go ahead, Paul.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. General Manager Mina, 2 questions I have. One's in regards, you mentioned in your presentation that we're looking at 600 new places for an early childhood education. I presume we had problems earlier this year that not all the participants were able to get onto the program. Do we see, I question if 600 is enough. I question if they have asked if people are dropping totally out of the system and closing. That's my first question. Are we going to see potentially more than 600? The other question I had in your budgeting, I saw for our delinquency on in 2023 for our affordable housing was about 13%. We got it down to 10%. Can you talk a bit about the effects of that on our budget? How are we going with that? Are we writing off, or are we just delinquent in payments being late, sort of thing?
Go ahead, General Manager.
Through you, Warden Clark. Councillor Van Staveren, thank you for the question. So for the first question, the county of Simcoe got the 3rd largest allotment when the Seawell program originally was announced at 3,081, but that was considerably less than what we needed. We're probably, the reality is somewhere around 5,000 or over 5,000 spaces. So while we were grateful for being recognized as a growing region that required more childcare spaces, it certainly did not meet the need. But back, if you recall, in the winter of 2022, when we did get that announcement, we made a concerted effort to try to get every single childcare provider to switch over and participate in the program. And I think we hit somewhere around the 91 or 92% mark. But that meant 8% chose not to participate. That 8% right now is going to experience kind of the results of that decision, or the outcomes of that decision, because at this point the federal government now just in August told us what that would be, and the consequence essentially saying that if you are not participating in the Seawell program, you will no longer receive any of the grant-based funding that assisted you with startup costs or income for labor wage enhancements. So those are all coming to an end on January 1st of 2025. If you have children participating in the fee subsidy program and you're a non-Seawell provider, the children can still continue to receive that subsidy. So those spaces would not be closed. But once those children age out of those programs or by attrition, that provider can no longer refill those those childcare spaces. The other thing that we're seeing and we anticipate is that for those who have had an opportunity to apply after 2022, now they're in competition for those small amount of spaces like the 600 in 2025. And of those 600, 70% have to go to the nonprofit sector by legislation. So that really leaves a very hard fit depending on who's applying versus what type of provider they are, nonprofit versus for-profit. So the fit becomes a little bit more difficult. And then on top of that, the guidelines tell us that in certain areas of growth are the areas where you have to prescribe those spaces. So while we at large need 5,000 spaces and only got 3, the 600, which is year 3 of those 3,000 spaces, can only go in certain areas to certain providers that have chosen to participate. So as you can see, like the options of opportunity to get funded get very narrow because of all those different guideline requirements. So what we're trying to do is 2 things. We're going to launch very soon, I think in the next week or so, a calculator that allows every childcare provider to understand what their funding model will look like by putting in the amount of spaces and the amount of budgeting, and it gives them a calculation of how much funds they're going to receive, and that's going to be on our dashboard, open to the public for anyone to use as a calculator. They'll probably be the first one in Ontario that does that. And then the second thing is we're starting to demonstrate our space allocations by community on another dashboard to show how many available spaces there are in each community. And this will help at least encourage providers to continue to apply, because the first stage of that narrowing down is basically you have to get into the program to qualify even for an opportunity for a space. So that's kind of the strategy. Concurrently to that, we're constantly working with the Ministry of Education and asking them for any underutilized surplus spaces from other municipalities be rediverted to us because of that gap in need. Of course, we're competing with others in the same situation, but we're demonstrating that we can fill our needs very quickly and maintain that 70-30 split, which a lot of communities are struggling to do right now.
Excellent. Thank you.
And then for the second question on the sorry,
it was on the it was under delinquent
Yes.
rents.
The arrears, yeah. So in Simcoe County Housing Corporation, we're seeing that spike in arrears because we've gone to a mixed income model, which means there's higher rent payers. So it's not what we're actually seeing is that those who are paying market rent or 20% of average market rent or 120% are seeing, when they miss 1 month's arrear, instead of it being 1 month of rent or they're late on the rent, instead of it being in arrears of say $75 or $100 when it's a rent geared to income unit, it's closer to something like $1,000. So that's why you're seeing that jump. But certainly for those market rent renters that are in arrears, we don't write that off. We try to constantly collect from there. We try to mitigate through mediation and use repayment plans, things like that, prior to write-offs. So it would have to go through a stage where we've gotten a landlord-tenant board order, an eviction has occurred based on the arrears, and we've tried to collect from arrears and without avail before we go to write-off. So we're constantly trying to collect and enter them into repayment programs. So even when you see that at a percentage, if you take out the repayment programs, that percentage, it goes down from 10 down to around 6 or 7%, I think. And the maintenance charges as well, if they leave our property in disrepair, those are also factored into that overall write-off cost.
Good. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Dolan.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a quick comment in regards to Councillor Snell's comments on the solvethecrisis.ca. So it was a initiative by the Ontario Big City Mayors, not the straw mayors, the Ontario Big City Mayors, chaired by Marianne Mead Ward out of Burlington and supported by AMO, by the City of Toronto, Deputy Mayor McKelvey. It was supported by Kingston Mayor Patterson, who chairs Large Urban, and myself, who chairs the Small Urban. And it was announced at AMO in August and continues to try to gain momentum. And the whole process behind it is that municipalities are bearing the brunt for encampments and issues that we shouldn't be bearing the brunt for, and that we need more support from both the federal and provincial governments, and they have to stop pointing the fingers at each other. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you very much for that. And so now I have Councillor Sandu.
Thank you, Warden, and thank you, Mina, for the presentation. Just before I ask my question, I just want to make a general comment. If when any presenter is coming to present, if they can please reference the page number out of the binder, it would make it easier, I guess, for everyone. The question I have is the affordable housing and the homelessness. It's a huge issue, and I think lots of work needs to be done at all fronts. And I'm thankful for the county for the affordable housing building that Bradford West Gwillimbury is getting. But we also came in as partners from the municipality when our council provided the land. The question I have is there's builders or entities out there that are willing to take some of the load from county, I would say, or governments that are into affordable housing, but they're looking for some incentives or some assistance or partnership. Right now, I don't think we have a program that benefits them. Are we looking at tapping into federal or provincial government and get some funds for them so we can provide incentives, but it also takes pressure off the county of Simcoe and our taxpayers?
Mina?
Through you, Your Warden. Thanks for the question, Councillor Sandu. Yes, the answer is we actually introduced in this budget something called the Housing Opportunities Fund in the nonprofit section, that part of our budget there. I'm not sure if our pages are the same as yours, so that's why there's page numbers not included in the presentation at the time of recording. But I can certainly offline share with you the Housing Opportunities Fund is a fund that we're introducing exactly for that reason. If you recall, we did a call for proposals for developers and nonprofit providers to see what the assets they have or what plans of affordable housing they seek to develop. And we've actually included that in our master planning for affordable housing. So you'll see some partnerships with some nonprofits and private developers to work together. So if some have land or have an opportunity for development and want to contribute through their assets or their services, that will be part of our next 10-year affordable homelessness and housing strategy, which the province has asked us to wait until 2025 to put forward towards council. So you'll start to see the fruition of those details of how we're going to introduce different opportunities. And it's not just on the shoulders of the county to develop all the affordable housing opportunities by itself. The Housing Opportunities Fund is an opportunity for small-time developers who have an idea or have a plan to create more affordable housing. And in terms of federal and provincial additional funding beyond what we're introducing in our own budgets, we're waiting on provincial and federal one-time funding again, like Rapid Housing Initiative from the federal government, the RHI that we received last year. And we believe that there'll be some sort of announcement in the next few weeks. And then as well as there was some surplus funding on the provincial side with the COCHI program. So again, both those can be used towards capital development of new affordable housing. So, and we've used them in the past that way. So these could be ways that we could invest into direct programming or in indirect through the Housing Opportunities Funding, increase that fund by taking federal and provincial dollars and applying them to ready-to-go projects. And because we had that call from last year, we have a list of the ready-to-go projects with private developers and or nonprofit developers as well.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Leduc and then Councillor McDonald.
Warden, a couple suggestions. Thank you, Mina, for the presentation. Two suggestions here. We used to get a main page that showed all of your departments under one page, the budget aspect. So if we get that page again, seeing how this is digital, we should be able to put that together pretty quick. Second one was the presentation. If we could get the presentation when we get the budget book, we could then prepare a little bit better for our questions to be asked to you. So if the presentations, I'm sure, are developed ahead of time. So if we get them, then we could easily have better questions to follow your presentation, because there was a lot in your presentation, and I think it started on page 191. Warden, and these are suggestions, Warden. I think you can bring them back to the team and see if we can do that. The other one is if we're going to start, and I appreciate us starting at the at your department, Mina, because it does entail the separated cities to be there. The book could be laid out that way. The book could start at that section instead, because it took me a while to get to 191 because I'm strolling along. But anyways, my basic question here is, you talked about community services. You've taken a position from Ontario Works. You moved into community services. You set a net zero impact to the budget. I see a small savings. The budget book doesn't match the your right up here. You show a $54,000 savings, but on page one, whatever page it is here, hang on, I'll just try and get that page number. I'm at page 142 and it shows 35.4 net savings. My question is, we have 6 new hires in this department throughout the system. You have 300 community services, 300 county housing, county housing corporation. The 3 hires for the county corporation are the navigator, supervisor, and the other building part. My question is, did we not hire navigators last budget? Did we not bring in, and is it that every time we open up a new building, are we going to have to bring in 3 new positions for every building, or can we not share these positions amongst multiple buildings? Because I can't see the navigator being that busy, or he should be able to, or they should be able to hopefully do multiple buildings if that's the case, and the same as the other departments. So I ask you, are these because of just the 2 new builds, or can you just answer that one, the 3 there for that?
General Manager, go ahead, Mina.
Through you, Warden. First on the suggestions, I'll work with our teams and the finance team on those suggestions. Councillor Leduc, I would say a couple things for the navigator position. I would argue it is the most important and busiest position we have, and yes, it should grow because they're focused on the housing first units. So 10% of everything new we build, those units are going to people experiencing homelessness that are prioritized off our list. And in order for them to integrate into that community and do well, they need case management and case management support. So this is part of like that supportive housing model to help address the homelessness crisis that we're dealing with. However, no, the answer is not every time we build, we create. There's an actual ratio that says per every net new units grown. So right now there's 5 navigators and we're going to 6, but they serve the whole portfolio. So the portfolio has they average each of them 1 per 20 units, meaning of high need clients that need that support to remain housed. The other 2 positions are similarly, there's an equation for every time we add a superintendent or every time we add a supervisor. So for example, the supervisor and the superintendent are being added. There's actually savings coming out of that. One, because the superintendent is a roving super to fill in when people are off sick or away or vacant positions. So rather than hiring after hours contractors and or overtime, paying overtime to other supers, this one's actually reducing the savings on that position net over on those that pool of costs. In terms of the supervisor, if you recall, we opened up 4 modular buildings, 3 modular buildings, and then the 2 new buildings. So again, all the supportive units that the tenant navigators are working in, there's a supervisor rolling around to check on those facilities to make sure they're still operational work. And with that super, that's rolling with them. So that team is actually supporting all of our homelessness supportive housing units, which includes Tiffins, Lucy's and Tiffins, where we opened a few years ago, as well as the 3 modulars that we're operating now, plus the supportive units in Aurelia and in Bradford. So they're actually covering a lot of ground, literally and figuratively on those programs. So there is an equation. So it's not every year we add, it's based on, we're in a real development and growth spurt right now in terms of our capital plan. In terms of the positions in the community services, so we repurpose positions, actually 3 from Ontario Works and from housing nonprofit, where there was a reduction in programming, and we put those positions into the community services team to make up the difference. And we actually reduced 0.7 of a director position that ended, as well as we repurposed a manager for the other 2 positions. So most of those positions are at net zero. As you said, there's a small savings. In terms of the last position in question that you had raised on that team, that one is simply just the provincial and federal government is now required as part of our 10-year strategies to have data-informed programming and to have a data strategy. So we're hiring a research analyst to meet that requirement, which will be funded from the future dollars as they announce them. So we anticipate that we will get some federal and provincial funding to offset some of this, but we just don't have it now. And we have to have the positions in place for the beginning of the year.
Okay, because thanks for answering that, because the impact of the county is about 370,000. So
yeah,
270. I'm sorry, 270, around 270 when you net it all out. So I didn't see any savings from the social housing not for profit. You've got a reduction of 2, but there's no savings there, so I'm not sure.
But the savings are in the other departments. So for example, like when you say there's a net increase in this one department, any of the 2024, all the 2024 in-year changes, you'll see the savings in, like, for example, Ontario Works had a $1.2 million savings. Some of it was from the admin dollars received, but it was also because we reduced their portfolio by those 3 positions. So that 270 is offset by a savings in Ontario Works of 270. Similarly, in housing, there was 2 positions that were converted into community services positions. They were also saved. Anything that was net new, we tried to repurpose positions. There's a difference when you're going from 1 position to 2 of, I think it was $15,000. And then the last one was the net new asks are the tenant navigator, the superintendent, and the supervisor. So overall, there's only 3 net new positions, but we've created 6 in total, net new above our overall complement, but we've only needed funding for 3 out of the 6.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can see if there's a way to get, some of the presentations out in an email earlier, but keep in mind, today is the day where the budget's introduced, and we all do have 2 weeks now, and I fully suspect in 2 weeks, the council will have more questions before the motions come in to change it. But we can take a look at that, James, if there's a way to get some of the presentations out as a form of an email. Go to Councillor McDonald, and then Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through to Mina. Thanks very much for your in-depth presentation, Mina. I just would like to have clarification on the Seawell program for the daycare. So those that opted out, as you know, that we have some in our community, so are they still able to opt back in before the January 2025?
So through you, Warden Clark, Councillor McDonald, they cannot opt back in automatically. That was only a one-time opportunity when the implementation was happening in late 2022. They can apply and be pre-qualified as Seawell provider, but then they would be part of a call for proposals for the limited space. So you can always become a Seawell provider, or be pre-qualified to become one, but you may not get the available space because that's based on all those other criteria I had mentioned. So for example, if you're in in Wasaga Beach, for example, but the only spaces are available in Essex County, you could be pre-qualified as a Seawell, but you wouldn't probably get the spaces because of your location. It's not part of the growth needs that the province is asking us to create spaces specifically in certain areas. That was just an example, by the way, not an actual.
Okay, Councillor Gordon.
Thanks. I just wanted to thank Mina's team for this budget. I'm glad you started with it. I think what resonates with me is that, once again, one of the most important reasons the county exists, aside from, obviously maintaining our roads and other infrastructure, is delivering these services, and that we're, chronically underfunded from the province. And, I'm not meaning to, to rain on the province's parade, but this is just another example of deep chronic underfunding. So, I'm not in favor of picking apart any part of your suggestion here. I'm actually surprised it isn't higher, quite frankly, because, our objective is to meet the needs. Funding either comes from the province or from our residents. Clearly, we'd all like to see it come more from the province and less from our residents, but when that isn't true, we simply can't, abdicate our role in the service delivery. So I appreciate what you've done, trying to keep these things as conservative as possible. The fact that you're not, dropping any of the important projects that you got to go all over the place in our county. And I'm quite content to see this. I have no intention to pull out a scalpel or a hatchet, to your submissions in your department. So just my 2 cents worth. I understand the sentiment. None of us want to have a bigger tax increase in the county because we normally rely on this. help blend down our increases in our municipalities, which are equally ugly, even more so with the OPP billing that was popped on us. But I don't see the county as being, an ally in blending down our own inability to rein in spending and control some unavoidable costs. So I've no desire at all to pick apart this valuable portfolio. So I support your asks, just to be clear.
Okay, with that, I'm not seeing any other questions, so we can go, thank you, Mina. And we'll do Health and Emergency Services with General Manager Sinclair. Then perhaps a break after that.
Hi, I'm Jane Sinclair, and I'm pleased to present on Health and Emergency Services. Our division is comprised of paramedic services, emergency management, long-term care, and senior services. In our next section, I'll provide an overview of each of our departments. In paramedic services, we have two key areas of focus. Our 911 emergency response program is comprised of primary and advanced care paramedics, and we employ approximately 435 staff. We have 6 mandated response time targets we report to the province on an annual basis, and we operate 17 paramedic stations, including the Barrie Simcoe Emergency Services Campus and 8 posts. In our community programs, we continue with our Public Access Defibrillator Program, or PAD program, with 1,289 PADs distributed throughout the county. This also includes public education and ongoing partnership development. We continue with our dedicated nurse offload program and our community paramedicine, which has 4 key components, which includes vulnerable population wellness clinics, our home visit program, our paramedic patient referral follow-up program, and our congregate setting program. In emergency management, our program is twofold. We administer a contract with the OPP for 911 dispatch services, and we have our emergency management program, which is multifaceted, including stakeholder support, such as our training center, our emergency social services plan, our long-term care emergency response plans, public education, annual exercises, and regional planning, such as our community safety and well-being planning. In long-term care, we operate 4 long-term care homes for a total of 544 beds. We operate Georgian Manor in Penetanguishene, Simcoe Manor in Beaton, Sunset Manor in Collingwood, and Trillium Manor in Aurelia. We currently have 50 additional beds under construction with our 2 major projects. In addition, we offer respite or short stay beds at each of our 4 long-term care homes, as well as memory care units. Our long-term care department also offers regional programs that include convalescent care from Georgian Manor in Penetanguishene, peritoneal dialysis from Trillium Manor in Aurelia and Simcoe Manor in Beaton, and our Behavioral Supports Ontario program, which is a number of staff providing support through our geriatric mental health team to all 26 homes across the region, as well as our specialized behavioral support unit with 16 beds at Georgian Manor in Penetanguishene. In senior services, we have housing, age-friendly community planning, and community services. Our senior services housing includes life lease suites and garden homes, affordable and supportive housing, retirement living, and market rentals. And in our community programs, we offer adult day programs, Meals on Wheels, home care services from Georgian Village campus. We host mobility clinics at 3 of our locations, and we offer 2 regional programs that include digital health coordination for long-term care and community services, as well as French language health services coordination. I'll next present on our 2024 accomplishments. In paramedic services, recruitment and retention has continued to be a primary focus. We've continued our work on master staffing plan development, which creates more full-time jobs and addresses those vacancies from the COVID-19 pandemic. We've also continued our work on enhanced wellness and mental health support for our frontline staff. And I can tell you the continuance of the Staff Engagement Committee has been critical in our developments. We've also moved forward with an exciting new program called EVAP, External Violence Against Paramedics. It's part of a provincial campaign to provide more support to paramedics in the field, and we are already receiving positive feedback from our staff. The next area of focus has been preparation for the implementation of a new ambulance dispatch system called Medical Priority Dispatch System, or MPDS. This system is planned to roll out November 2024 for the County of Simcoe, and we look forward to a better dispatch system that will ensure our paramedics get to those urgent emergency calls faster. And the last area of focus on this slide is model of care development. As you may recall, the Ambulance Act was updated a few years ago to allow other options rather than paramedics responding to patients and transporting them to the most local hospital. Under the model of care program, other options include treat and alternate destination, treat and release, or treat and refer options. With that, we've continued with our hospice model of care in year 2, and it's running successfully. We've implemented a number of new base hospital directives to treat and release patients under certain protocols. And most recently, we were approved with our newest model of care regarding mental health support. And with that, we recently received 3-year funding for a new pilot we're calling Community Alternative Response Engagement. This care pilot includes a specially trained community paramedic and a community mental health worker who will respond to those 911 emergency calls where it's appropriate and look at other types of treatment options, again, rather than just transporting to the most local hospital. We're very excited about this pilot, and we'll be keeping council updated as we move forward. And the last areas of focus for paramedics in 2024 include continued dedicated offload nursing program, which received additional funding to support all 5 of our local hospitals to put a dedicated nurse in their emerge departments. We also celebrated the opening of a new paramedic station in the town of Bradford, West Gwillimbury, early in 2024, as well as enhance our community paramedicine with remote monitoring for many of our patients. And last, we continued to implement our quality care program supporting 11 fire services across the region and anticipate 2 additional services coming on board in 2025. In emergency management, in addition to our annual exercise scheduled for November 2024, our staff attended 11 additional exercises throughout the region. We also continued to provide support for community safety and well-being planning and did a complete refresh of our emergency social services plan. We also continued in progress with the OPP around contract renewal for the 911 dispatch services. And lastly, continue to provide enhanced support and development for our long-term care and senior services emergency response program and exercises. In long-term care, we were pleased to receive accreditation with commendation in all 4 of our long-term care homes. We also continued with our capital redevelopment project, Simcoe Village Campus, scheduled to open in 2026-2027, as well as our 16-bed expansion at Georgian Manor, planned to open in early 2025. Our behavioral support transition unit at Georgian Manor moved from a pilot program to a permanent base funding beginning in 2024. And the Ministry of Long-Term Care moved forward with its 4th and final year of direct resident care enhanced funding. This program will see that all residents in long-term care receive on average 4 hours of direct care per resident per day by March of 2025. With our enhanced funding, County Council approved an additional 47.3 full-time equivalents, fully funded, which equates to approximately 70 to 80 new full and part-time positions across our 4 locations. We also celebrated the completion of our Give a Lift campaign, fundraising buses at each of our 4 long-term care homes. What an accomplishment, and we're grateful to the generous donations from our local communities. Simcoe Cycling Without Age also expanded in 2024 with additional funding to purchase 4 new bicycles that accommodate individuals in wheelchairs. And last but certainly not least, increased and continued focus on retention and recruitment has been a big part of our effort in 2024. As you will recall, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, our agency utilization at peak has gone as high as 35 to 45%, with vacancy rates in our staffing positions as high as 25%. Those stats are improving dramatically. However, we're continuing to work very closely with our human resources team, our centralized scheduling team, as well as our finance staff to implement many strategies to stabilize our staffing. Things such as walk-in interviews, on-site job fairs, staff surveys, engagement meetings, relocation and professional development focus, international nursing programs, as well as fast-tracking our hiring processes have been successful and are helping us to bridge the gap moving into 2025. In senior services, we were very pleased to have accreditation with accommodation as well. We completed physician office renovations and increased the number of physicians at our Georgian Village campus. And we increased the number of special events and VIP nights, as well as engaged a number of residents in a local task group to enhance our rendezvous bistro services. As well, we created a new quarterly newsletter for all 3 of our campus locations. And finally, we continued with our exciting Simcoe Village campus redevelopment project. In our age-friendly planning program area, we implemented our annual housing and municipal grant programs, as well as our business recognition program. And we conducted a significant positive aging strategy survey and are working towards a new vision and new work plan beginning in 2025. The next area is 2025 key initiatives and budget highlights. I'll begin with paramedic services. Retention and recruitment will continue to be a key area of focus for paramedic services in 2025. Paramedics, like our other healthcare professionals, were significantly impacted by COVID-19, and as a result, we've seen a large increase in vacant positions. And with that, we've seen a dramatic increase in overtime utilization, comparing costs at approximately $1 million in 2019 to as high as $3.6 million in 2023 at peak. We have relied on our overtime utilization to not only cover some of our day-to-day staffing needs, but in addition has helped us cover our mandated continuing education program. This is a requirement by the province for all paramedics and is delivered 3 times a year. However, having said that, we are seeing significant progress with our retention and recruitment strategies and look forward to moving forward to stabilize in 2025. The next area of focus is our incident response unit, building this on a countywide program. Currently, we have advanced care paramedics responding to other types of specialized events, such as police tactical events and hazmat events, and we are looking at expanding this program to ensure we have the specialty across the region. The next area is continuing to move forward with implementation of our most recently approved mental health model of care. As I mentioned, we received approval in 2024 and look forward to moving forward with the entire program, as well as the 3-year care program pilot. Another area of focus in 2025 is developing a long-term fleet plan. We've been working with corporate fleet regarding the delays across the province for ambulance delivery. Our most recent notification was a further extension of 22 months before receiving newly ordered ambulances. With that, our program will look at ordering for the next 3 years and providing the required 30% deposit in 2025 and paying the balance when received in 2026 and 2027. The next area focuses on continuing with our dedicated nurse offload program. With the enhanced funding and nurses in the emergency departments in all 5 of our partner hospitals, we've seen a dramatic improvement, a reduction of more than 70% in our offload times over and above the 30 minutes. The next area of focus will be around our stations, completing the Springwater South Post, as well as constructing the Wabashine Station for completion in 2026. And the last area is proceeding with a drone program through our emergency management and paramedic services departments. As you will recall, we had money set aside to proceed with the purchase of drones. Unfortunately, regulations have not yet been developed by Transport Canada. However, we are able to move forward with remotely piloted air system drones. More details coming forward in the future on this exciting program. I'll next move into our budget highlights for paramedic services for 2025. Our total expenses are estimated at 82 million, comprised of 71 million in operational expenses and 10 million in capital expenditures. Our net department requirement increase is approximately 42,000 year over year. Our operating balance increase is estimated at 1.1 million. Looking at our revenue on the operations side, we're looking at a $3.8 million increase year over year, largely related to our annual land ambulance subsidy. This brings us to 46%, which represents a $2.7 million shortfall of that 50-50 agreement. We also see an increase based on one-time funding for community paramedicine moving into base funding of $628,000. Looking at our expenditures, we're seeing an overall increase of $4.9 million, largely due to a $4.4 million increase in salary and benefits. This is comprised of our recommendations for a total of 8 new full-time paramedics, 2 advanced care and 2 primary care. And that is related to our proposal for 1 12-hour ambulance increase in Bradford West Gwillimbury and 4 full-time staff to backfill in Barrie to increase our IRU or Incident Response Unit presence on a county-wide basis. We also have included 1 full-time logistics coordinator, as we've seen significant growth in logistics. Just looking at the period from 2021 forward, we've seen an increase of 109% in equipment, moving from 284 pieces of equipment to 595 pieces of equipment. This doesn't include 663 stretchers, oxygen regulators, and suction units that all require preventative maintenance. We've also seen an increase in our vehicles, moving from 76 to 95 over that same period of time, representing a 25% increase. And we've also seen increased logistics support needed in relation to, on average, 1 new station opening a year, which requires stocking, as well as decommissioning of the previous station. The next area within our salary and benefit line is cost of living adjustments, approximately estimated at $3.3 million. This is related to a 2% inflationary increase, as well as collective agreement increases spread over a 3-year period. We're also seeing an increase in this area for benefit costs, and that's related to the creation of more full-time positions. Lastly, I will note that we have removed the 4 full-time equivalents in the pilot in ESSA related to our offload delay issues. Other expenditure highlights include vehicle repair and maintenance cost increase of approximately $343,000, and this is directly related to the extended delivery dates for our new ambulances and having to expand the lifespan of our existing fleet. We're seeing an increase of $110,000 for a new Wi-Fi contract, and we're seeing medical supply pricing increases of $171,000. Conversely, we're seeing fuel costs decreases of almost $200,000, and that's related to bulk purchasing at our new Barrie and Simcoe Emergency Services campus. Looking at our capital highlights, we see a net capital decrease of approximately $1 million. Looking at our facility construction costs, we see an increase of 6.4. However, we see associated revenue of 2.9 and 409,000 related to reserves and development charges. In terms of our vehicle replacement costs, we see an increase of 36,000 with associated revenue from reserves of 1.6 million. Other capital highlights include completion of the Springwater South Paramedic Post, a new station being constructed in Wabashine for completion in 2026, vehicle replacement and additions, as discussed earlier, and paramedic station solar panels being implemented in Collingwood, Elmvale, and Orillia as part of our climate action plan. With these next few slides, I'm going to review some of the data we use to inform our recommendations for paramedic enhancements as part of this year's budget proposal. This first slide looks at call volume trending, and as you can see, over the last number of years, we have seen a pretty steady increase in calls year over year. This year forecasting to be up over 6.3% in increased calls. This next slide looks at our offload delay situation. We call it transfer of care hours, and it really, what you see in the bar graphs here are the time in offload over and above that 30-minute standard. And you can see the red bars in each of the hospital sections have reduced dramatically year over year. And this is the data that we utilize to inform our decision to remove the pilot that was put in place last year when the offload times were at their peak. This next slide looks at some additional data that was really helpful to us in informing our recommendations for staffing enhancements in 2025. First, looking at the graph on the far left of the slide, this shows the impact of adding a 12-hour ambulance to Bradford West Gwillimbury on night shift. Currently, we operate a 12-hour ambulance on day shift alone. So with a new enhancement, we'll have the same support on a 24/7 basis. And you can see the significant impact, not only to Bradford West Gwillimbury in terms of improved response times, but you can see has a dramatic impact for ESSA and a really positive impact for Severn and Tay. And if you look at the graph closely, you can actually see small improvements in most of the other municipalities across the region. And that's really as a result of that dynamic deployment plan. It's a trickle effect or a dominoes effect that adding a resource in one area not only impacts the immediate area, but will have positive impacts across the broader system. Next, looking at the table in the middle of this slide, this shows the impact of the new ambulance dispatch system moving forward in November. And because it is a more accurate dispatch system, there'll be less or fewer emergency or urgent calls. We currently code them as code 4. In the new system, they'll be considered red or purple type calls. Currently in the system, our neighboring municipality paramedic services will respond to those code 4 or those most urgent calls if they are the closest vehicle. With the new system, we know there's going to be much fewer of those in the new system code red or code purple calls. And so calls that are currently being responded to local municipalities because they are the highest priority will be downgraded, which means they will be responded to by our own staff, which adds more call volume. Currently, new Tecumseh has an ambulance that is 24/7. So they have a fully staffed ambulance on days and on nights. With increasing the 12-hour resource in Bradford, both of these municipalities will have fully staffed ambulance day and night and will be better able to respond to those calls that are bordering other municipalities, particularly if they're the most urgent type calls, red or purple. And the last slide I want to draw to your attention is the map that's on the far right of the slide. And this reflects our improvements with the recommendation to move our specialized incident response unit staff from our consolidation in the South District of the county and spread them so that there is representation not only in the South District for deployment, but in the Northeast and the Northwest. So currently, that blue section at the bottom part of the map is where our IRU, our incident response units, respond from. That supports approximately 5 municipalities. By moving 2/3 of them essentially out into the broader region, we'll now have support in 13 more municipalities, so on a county-wide basis. And in addition, by adding those additional resources into the Northeast and the Northwest districts, as you can see on the map in front of you, we'll have increased capacity in all 13 of those municipalities to respond to continued growth in call demand. This next slide looks at our own benchmarking information. We always try to look at other municipalities to compare costs, efficiencies, etc. This one looks at weighted vehicle and service hours for 2021, and you can see the average for the municipalities that were surveyed. The cost is $238. The median is $230, and the county of Simcoe is sitting at $190. And this last slide looks at our comparisons with other types of emergency response services across the region. So looking at paramedic services in 2023, you can see our total costs are $59 million, and our actual costs with the provincial subsidy are around $29 million. Policing costs $164, fire $92 million. Next, I'll move into 2025 key initiatives for emergency management. The first area looks at an expansion of our existing county team. This followed a strategic planning session by council looking for enhanced emergency support to the member municipalities. Our staff did a comprehensive review in 2024, followed by 2 reports, one in June and one in October, which identified 8 key areas for enhanced support and recommended the addition of 4 additional full-time emergency management coordinators. We've also included in 2025 the continuance of support for our community safety and well-being plans and holding a large emergency management forum that we typically hold every 5 years. We've also included completing a test for our hazard identification and risk assessment program and continuing to roll out a new contract with our hazmat MOU with our member municipalities. I'll next move into budget highlights for emergency management. We're looking at a total budget of $1.1 million in 2025. Our net department requirement increase is $483, as well as our operating balance increase of $483. Looking at our revenue, it's the same as 2024, estimated at $171,000, which is flow-through funding related to the 911 dispatch services delivered by the OPP. On the expenditure side, we're looking at an increase of $483 due to the addition of 4 full-time equivalents, program supervisors for municipal emergency management support. We're also looking at administrative costs for municipal emergency management support of $25,000 and some additional radio equipment, one-time costs of $12,000. Net capital is nil for 2025. We'll next move into long-term care. I'll now move into the key initiatives for long-term care in 2025. Recruitment and retention will continue to be a major component of our planning. In addition to the many strategies I mentioned earlier in today's presentation, we'll also focus on meeting the new ministry target of 4 hours per resident per day. In addition, we'll continue to focus on filling those vacancies and reducing our agency staff utilization. In terms of our scheduling software, we successfully implemented at our first home, Trillium Manor in Aurelia, and will continue with this rollout in 2025 at our remaining 3 long-term care facilities and senior services, as well as paramedic services. We anticipate there may be more changes and requirements falling under our Fixing Long-Term Care Home Act 2022, and will continue to work across all our program areas to meet these new requirements. And lastly, we will continue with our redevelopment expansions, looking to obtain full occupancy at Georgian Manor with the 16-bed expansion in January 2025. We'll next move into our 2025 budget highlights for our long-term care homes. Our total expenses are estimated at $81.5 million for operational cost and $106.4 million for capital expenditures. The net department requirement increase is estimated at $44.6 million. Our operating balance increase is estimated at $1.4 million. Looking at revenue, we see a total increase of $10.4 million related to a number of subsidy increases from the Ministry of Long-Term Care. We also see an increased revenue related to high-intensity reimbursement claims and resident copayment, including the Georgian 16-beds addition opening in January. Next, we'll look at our expenditures in our operational budget. We're estimating an $11.8 million increase. $6.2 million is related to our salary and benefits, includes a number of different items. First, looking at our direct care increase of 47 full-time equivalents I mentioned earlier in today's presentation, estimated at $3.8 million. We also have included 11.3 personal support worker hours for the enhancement of 16 beds opening in January of 2025, estimated at just under $1 million. We've also included 0.8 FTE and maintenance worker to be shared across 2 of the long-term care home locations. And this is related to increased expectations related to our asset management programs, as well as additional preventative maintenance requirements. We next have included 3.5 full-time equivalents for recreational therapy assistants to be used across all 4 of our long-term care homes, estimated at $229,000. And this, you may recall, is related to a program we put together a couple of years ago related to increases in our physiotherapy contract that provided some of these services. We've created a new position and have brought them in-house at some of the services at a more efficient costing. And lastly, we have included cost of living adjustments, an increase of $3.8 million. We've also included in this budget agency staffing costs. We've estimated approximately $5 million in agency costs included under the administration section of our budget. And with that, we've reduced our salary costs by approximately $3 million, knowing the agency are picking up the hours we're not able to staff with our own employees. We've also included food expenditures, an increase of $254,000. And this is related to an increased funding per diem rate of 13.07. Next, we'll move into our capital expenditures. We're looking at a net capital increase of $43.2 million year over year. These increases are related to the Simcoe Village campus redevelopment. We have estimated costs of $105 million for Simcoe Village in 2005. And we also have $1.2 million related to our building asset maintenance program for our existing capital structures. This next slide looks at some of our annual benchmarking data, how we compare long-term care costs to other similar municipalities. You can see on the slide the county is compared to 7 other municipalities, 6 being counties, along with the District of Muskoka. We are now the lowest in comparison with our budget levy, $26.13 per resident per day, compared to as high as $163.71 with Essex County. This slide is another benchmarking piece that we look at annually. In this case, it's not levy per day. We're looking at the actual cost to operate a bed per day. And in this case, we're sitting at $284 per bed day compared to the average of $286, so slightly below the average. And finally, we'll move into senior services. Next, we'll move into our senior services key initiatives for 2025. First, looking at our age-friendly program, we completed a significant survey with over 2,500 responses in 2024. And we're currently planning engagement forums to validate this information. And we'll be moving forward to publish a detailed report in the new year that provides not only a countywide analysis of this information, but breaks down the information by individual municipality. With that information, we'll go forward to update our action plan for another 5 years. We'll also be moving forward as part of our recruitment and retention planning for staff and volunteers in senior services, and continuing with our Simcoe Village campus redevelopment. Another project slated for 2025 is to enhance our parking lot redesign and expansion at Georgian Village. And finally, we will be rolling out the scheduling software at both Georgian Manor and Georgian Village in the new year. Next, we'll move into our senior services budget highlights for 2025. We're looking at a total of $11.6 million in expenditures, represented by $11.3 million in operational expenses and $229,000 in capital expenditures. We're also looking at an additional transfer into our reserves of $325,000 after all expenses. The net department requirement is 0 for 2025, as well as there is no operating balance estimated for 2025. The revenue increase is $284,000 due to rental and commercial increases of $275,000, as well as service package fee and fees for service increases of $211,000. On our expenses, we're looking at an increase of $284,000 due to salary cost of living adjustments, an increase of $217,000. Age-friendly survey costs, a reduction of $50,000, and our food expenses increasing by $25,000. Looking at our capital expenditures, we see a net capital decrease of $714,000. And this is in direct relation to the completion of the physician office renovations in 2024. Our capital program, estimated at $299,000, is for ongoing asset building maintenance of our 3 village locations. This concludes my presentation for Health and Emergency Services. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Cox, and then Councillor Leduc.
Through the chair to Jane. Jane, I'm curious about the agency staffing. The 5 million, is that due to a staffing shortage?
Thank you for the question. That is correct. We have been replacing our vacant positions with agency over the last number of years. A huge kind of exodus in not only long-term care, but healthcare in particular, created a number of both full-time and part-time vacant positions. And so in order to meet our standards and provide the care, the essential care, we've had to utilize agency. And it was as high as I mentioned in the presentation, it was up as high as between 35 and 45%, with that 25% vacancy rate was 25% of all of our positions, full and part-time, were sitting empty, vacant. So we have made significant progress. At our height, I think our agency costs were 18.3 million in 1 year. Reduced, I think coming in around 11 million for 2024. And we're anticipating continued reduction of approximately 5 million for 2025. And with that, we adjust down our regular salary line by about 3 million, knowing that those agency costs are picking up those shifts that we don't have our own staff to fill. So that's the kind of relationship there. We are working to bring the agency down to a bare minimum. Pre-COVID, our costs were much lower.
Yeah.
And so we're moving all efforts to return to a kind of a minimum or basic cost for contingency.
Okay, I was just wondering, the private homes having the same issues?
Jane?
Yes is the answer.
Yeah.
This has been a province-wide issue. And in fact, recently the Minister of Long-Term Care had held a visit at one of our 4 long-term care homes last month at Sunset Manor in Collingwood. And she asked myself and our staff about agency utilization, knowing that it is a province-wide issue, and had some suggestions for some other types of agencies to seek out with lower costs. So it is not a County of Simcoe issue alone. It's something that is impacting long-term care homes across the entire province.
Okay, so I'm assuming then that we have a recruitment process too, to when people come out of the courses or they're moving, and then I know we have the retention also. I just know that it's very hard and it's just a big cost for the homes.
Thank you very much for that question. And yes is the answer on this as well. In fact, we're currently engaged in a very expansive fall recruitment campaign. We've been working with our corporate communications staff and our human resources staff and our scheduling team. And there's been a huge media blitz happening. We've actually produced some videos of our own staff. We're holding job fairs. We've got scheduled on average 2 job fairs per month in each of our locations. And we're working really hard. As mentioned, we were approved earlier this year for that fully funded increase, 47.3, which is about 70 to 80 full and part-time positions. In addition, we have approximately 200 vacant full and part-time positions.
And so we're under a massive campaign right now. And the good news is we're seeing the resumes coming in. So it's going to take some time. It will be a concerted effort right through to the end of the year. And we anticipate we'll still be recruiting early in 2025, but we are seeing the resumes come in, and we're really moving quickly to interview and fast track that whole process. So a lot of work is underway right now.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you to your staff. You have we have four wonderful homes due to that. Just one quick question also, if it's okay. The offloading nurse situation, are we getting any more, or have you heard any more from the province on that?
We've had some very positive discussions with staff from the province, and we are continuing, despite the initial funding notice that we received, we are maintaining that same level that we were funded at 1.2 million, so that the funding continues to flow, so that all 5 of our local partner hospitals can have a dedicated nurse in their emergency department. So we're really thrilled with this. And as I mentioned, close to 71% reduction in that offload time over and above the 30 minutes. So really substantive improvement since the hospitals have been able to put nurses in place. Good
news. Thank you very much again. Yeah, that's another important program. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leduc, and then Follis.
Yes, thank you, Warden, and thank you, Councillor Cox, for asking that one question, because I was concerned when Jane talked about it in her presentation about the 30-minute offload time. So that is great that we're going to carry those programs, because we see the great benefits that we're having with that. Great data on the paramedics. Appreciate that, Jane. There was 2 slides that you presented there that we don't have in our budget book, I don't think. And the one was that map, hoping to get that map. I think that would be a great slide. And the other one was that comparison about EMS versus police and fire. If we could get that, and if you could provide the data where you got that, that would be great. That would be great to have that data. I was in there, 2 slides. I thought they were great information that we can all use, probably beneficial moving forward. My question is in regards to emergency management. You have 4 required spots there. When I looked at the request for it, you have a per capita of 175 for that. So when I extrapolate the numbers, we're talking about potentially a growth of 152,000 population over this year. That's over 1 year. Like, how did we extrapolate that? I need to understand further on why we're looking at 4 this year. That's a $500,000 request. So I'm just concerned about that, because that growth is, I hope, way more than we're going to get.
General Manager, go ahead, Jane.
Yeah, through your worship. So to clarify, emergency management is twofold. So the actual revenue that's based on population is the 171,000 that I mentioned, and that's for the 911 dispatch services that we receive in large part from the OPP. So 13 of the 16 municipalities receive the 911 dispatch system from OPP. So that revenue source is just based on the dispatch. The emergency management program itself is totally supported by the tax base. And the 4 recommended resources are based from a study that's been done earlier this year from our emergency management staff that did an environmental scan across the entire province and looked at the levels of support for emergency management from a regional basis to local partner municipalities. And that was based on requests from County Council through the 2023 strategic planning process for more support. And so when our staff engaged all of the CEMCs, all 16 member municipality CEMCs, the conversations and the review was, where can we provide additional support to our local municipalities? And as a result of that whole process, there was 8 key areas identified, everything from training to actual on-the-ground support to local municipalities during emergencies. So there was a whole spectrum of different types of support that was identified by your local municipalities. And so for us to do that, currently we have a team of 2, which has been in place for, I'm going to say, about 22 years. in order for our department to provide support in those 8 categories, we're recommending 4 dedicated emergency management supervisors that will respond simply by catchment area. So dividing the county into 4 target areas. Each one of those 4 individuals will support, in essence, 4 local municipalities. So everything from CME training and education to doing the HIRA, so that hazard identification, to helping to meet the annual compliance. The list goes on, and actually responding. So currently, when there's an emergency, what happens is, and the county is involved, our county EOC will assemble, and our CMC, our emergency management staff, are located and supporting our own emergency response program. In the proposed model, we'll have dedicated experts, emergency management staff, that will actually be available to go to the local municipalities, and not to lead. We don't want to take away from each municipality having their own lead and their own CMC, but we'll be there as a backup or a resource during the actual emergency, and they will be able to coordinate with our regional or county emergency management program. So that was based on that study review, and I think I mentioned we did a detailed report, 2 reports, Councillor Leduc, one in June and one in October, that lays out in detail those 8 areas for enhancement and the feedback. So I hope that helps clarify.
Follow-up, or is that good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, I've got Councillor Fallis and then Dolan.
Thanks very much. I had a couple of questions here. The first one I'll start with is on page 139, just the breakdown of the paramedic services 2025 budget versus 2024 budget. And why I was a little confused is when I was just using Barrie as a comparator to Orillia. And so Barrie's portion that's identified is 11.8. The city of Aurelia's portion is 2.6 million. But when we look at the increases, it actually suggests that Aurelia's percentage of investment is significantly, not significantly, but notably higher than Barrie's. And then, of course, when you look at the county's annual increase of 2.3 million, it's significantly more notable. And I'm just curious why that is the case. I think that could represent over a difference of 60,000 to the city of Orillia. And just, so if Jane could explain that a little bit more. The other question, of course, I know we've talked about it before, but just if we could get a bit more understanding for the Simcoe Manor breakdown, as has been identified, when you look at its page 49, and it's the Simcoe Manor redevelopment. Of course, we've got Barrie's contribution 7,281,000, and then Aurelia's at 5,198,000. I think we've discussed this before, but just curious here, because there's clearly a distinction in terms of Barrie being almost 5 times our size. What does the city of Orillia get from that contribution? It's much more sizable when we consider populations. So those were the 2 big questions on the budget side of things. The other question was just if Jane could explain a little bit more about the changes around the offload times and the pilot. It sounds like the pilot's been discontinued, if I'm understanding it correctly. And just if you could explain that a little bit more, why was it discontinued? And was it not serving a benefit, if I'm understanding it correctly? So just those 3 questions there would be helpful. Thanks.
Go ahead, Jane.
Thank you, through your worship. Thank you, Councillor Fallis, for your question. So first of all, we'll talk about paramedic services and the cost sharing agreement. So the cost sharing agreement is different in paramedic services than it is in long-term care. So we'll start with paramedic services. The agreement between the cities of Barrie and Orillia is based on weighted taxable assessment. So the weighted taxable assessment or their proportional share for the city of Barrie, for example, is 25%. For the city of Orillia, it's 5%. And so that's how we determine the cost sharing amount for both Barrie and Orillia. So when you look, and I'm on page 133, which provides the overview for paramedic services, we actually delineate what the costs are for both Barrie and Orillia. And we look at Barrie, the total cost is 11.8 million, which yields an increase of 1.8 million year over year. And we look at Orillia, and the total cost for paramedic services is 2.6 million, and it yields an increase of 457,000. So just under $500,000 year over year. So there is a pretty significant variance between the cost sharing amount for Barrie and the cost sharing amount for Orillia. And again, that's based on weighted taxable assessment, which is 25% for Barrie, 5% for Orillia. So Barrie's cost share amount is significantly higher than Orillia's in paramedic services based on their weighted taxable.
Sorry, not the cost share. I'm talking about the increase is distinct as well. The cost share is obviously different because of our populations, but I'm just more curious, why is the increase significantly higher for us, or notably higher for us than it is for Barrie when you look at the percentages?
Through your worship, I would look to Mr. Wilcox for some financial analysis, but the cost increase for Orillia is 1.8 million versus 457,000 for Orillia. So Barrie's increase is considerably higher than the cities of Orillia. But I look to Mr. Wilcox to provide any additional comments on that particular question.
Trevor?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to Councillor Fallis. There is a table that may be helpful to you that is in the back of the binder. It's page 370. It outlines the service partner allocations and impacts. There is small, modest changes in the allocation that happens each year as we reconcile those percentages. And in that table, it shows that there was an increase for the city of Orillia this year in the amount of $60,000 in terms of share increase. So that may explain what you were looking at in terms of those changes.
But to Councillor Fallis' point, if I may, Orillia's percentage increase is 18%, Barrie's is 50%. And then, I mean, forget the comparable, 18% is a significant chunk of money.
Trevor?
Yes, through the chair. And you're looking at the total amount that you're contributing to the service?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, I get the nod there. Yeah.
I mean, you can take that offline.
Yeah, we do provide a breakdown of that, and we will provide it to staff at the cities. And I know Leland has been in contact with your treasurer on that, so absolutely we can provide those details.
Thanks.
Okay. And now, Jane, I think there's two other questions there.
Yes, thank you. So the second question was regarding long-term care. And I'll note firstly, the cost share agreement is a different formula. So long-term care is partially weighted taxable assessment of 65%. And the other component is caseload or the number of residents, which is 35%. So it's a different formula, cost sharing formula. And in this case, we see Barrie at 9.3 million, an increase of 4.6, and Orillia at 7 million, an increase of 3.1. And in that instance, Orillia has a larger proportion of cost because of that caseload or number of resident component of the cost sharing agreement. Trillium Manor, one of our 4 long-term care homes, is actually located within the city of Orillia. And so it has a much higher proportion of residents that are from the city of Orillia. And so that's part of that cost sharing formula. And the other component that I'll mention regarding the Simcoe Village capital redevelopment program specifically is the costs included in this capital project are for long-term care, but also for affordable housing. You may recall affordable housing is one of the 9 different types of housing programs being developed as part of this campus continuum. And so Aurelia also provides funding towards that cost sharing component of the 32-bed affordable housing facilities that are being redeveloped. So that's a nuance that you don't see in some of the other capital projects, because it not only has long-term care costs, but it also has affordable housing costs that are incorporated in that redevelopment project.
And I think the ambulance offload time was the 3rd.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. And so last year, if you may recall, we proposed a kind of a one-time pilot, putting a 12-hour ambulance in place over and above our regular staffing, because we were experiencing such high offload delay, and not just in one hospital. We were seeing this trend across all of our partner hospitals. And so we proposed to staff a 12-hour ambulance to help deal with that delayed time that our paramedics are actually held in the emergency departments in the hospitals. And you may recall, we funded that 12-hour ambulance through the Hospital Alliance capital funding. So we've had interest accruing over many, many years. And so there was available funding based on council's approval to fund this one-time 12-hour ambulance, which was approximately $500,000, to help us until we were able to address the offload with our partner hospitals. And as proposed, we had huge success. So we received a very dramatic increase in our offload funding. Initially, it was $131,000 year over year. For more than 10 years, we received $130,000, $131,000, $132,000. It increased. We had 2 increases, one up to just over $500,000, and the second up to 1.2 for the entire fiscal year. This enabled us to fund all 5 of our partner hospitals to put a nurse in their emergency departments. And as I mentioned in the presentation, we've seen more than approximately 71% reduction in that offload time. So we're satisfied with the pretty dramatic decrease in that offload time, that we could remove that pilot going into 2025. And as you will see, or you saw during the presentation, which we will circulate to make sure that all councillors receive the slides with the statistics that were mentioned earlier, that with the proposed 12-hour ambulance on nights in Bradford, West Gwillimbury, we saw when we put it through our modeling program to see what the outcomes, we see a very dramatic improvement in response times, not only for Bradford, West Gwillimbury, but for ESSA, which is where the 12-hour pilot was. So we're comfortable removing that pilot with the enhancements proposed for 2025, that we will not only maintain our response time, but we will work towards improving our response times in 2025. So I hope that helps explain those questions.
Follow up, Councillor?
Yeah, sorry. So we're ending the pilot, but are we continuing the work of it? Won't the problems persist after we end the pilot?
Through you, Your Worship, we're absolutely continuing to work with all of our local hospitals to ensure we continue to look at the processes and continue to reduce that offload time. So we've seen a 71% reduction already. We'd like to bring those offload times down even further. And so we have actually dedicated staff within our paramedic services team that work with liaise with staff from each of the local hospitals who are constantly evaluating the processes in the emerge department. When our paramedics arrive with a patient on a stretcher, to the handover to the staff in the emergency department. So we're absolutely continuing that work, continuing our partnership, and we hope to see even further improvements in 2025.
Okay, Councillor Dolan.
Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't find my mute button. Thank you. Just a couple of things that are not really budget related, but reflect back to it. So in October, when we dealt with the dedicated staffing to help the local CEMCs, I thought it was said at that time that that everyone was consulted. And yet when I talked to my local CEMC about it, they said they were not consulted about it. So if we could just follow up on that. And also the offload times and the nursing. I know that our police officers also end up spending a lot of time sitting in emergency rooms waiting to be transfer patients, particularly mental health patients, and it takes officers off the road. And I think at one point, Jane, you mentioned to me that you did speak to at least in our area, South Simcoe Police, and I'm not sure about the OPP, about coordinating services that way. And I just wondered if you could comment on that. Thank you.
Thank you, through your worship. Thank you for that question. First of all, the consultation with the local CMCs, I will take that offline and identify exactly who from Innisfil that our staff spoke with. So I will circle back on that. Thank you for that comment. Regarding the offload delay and mental health, you are absolutely right. We are continuing to see increasing needs around patients with mental health and addiction needs. Though we're seeing for paramedic services overall, depreciable improvement or reduction, pardon me, in offload times, we know responding to mental health patients is still a huge priority. So with the care pilot that I spoke about earlier in the presentation, this is a really exciting opportunity to provide the right type of care, the right time and the right place for individuals, patients that have, specific mental health needs. And so this pilot, we're actually working with the City of Barrie Police and the Community Mental Health Association. And the intent is to parachute this care team to 911 calls that normally might be responded to by police and then paramedic services. And rather than dispatching police, this care team will respond and look at not only medical assessment, but looking at alternate destinations or options to treat and refer. So we're very excited. We're just on the cusp of this. It just started October 14th. And we're funded for a 3-year pilot on this. And the whole intent is to trial it in an area where we have a high enough volume of these types of calls so we can really assess the feasibility of this pilot, if it's working or not. And then as we see success, we'll begin to spread it. And I have had conversations with the police chief for Innisfil about as we continue to spread, as we trial this and we are able to begin to spread it to other municipalities, moving outwards and looking at repeating the same type of model. And the intent is to have it across the entire region at some point. And that will not only ensure, better care and options for those patients rather than just putting them in an ambulance and taking them to the closest hospital. But it'll impact our paramedic services. It will absolutely impact policing services across the region as well. So we will keep council updated on our progress. It is early days, but it falls under this new mental health model of care. And we're really excited about the prospects of better care, more timely care to the right resources. More to come on that.
Okay, I've got a couple of more hands. I've got Councillor Fryer. Yeah, were you done, Lynn?
I just had one quick follow-up, if I could, please.
Yeah.
Thank you, Warden. Through you to Jim Sinclair. So currently we have what they call a COAST but don't ask me what that acronym stands for, but it's basically a mental health worker and a plainclothes police officer in a vehicle, but they don't cover all shifts. So they are responding to mental health calls right now, and they are sometimes being able to switch to an alternate destination other than an emergency room in a hospital. So I just want to make sure we're not duplicating services there, that somehow this care team might enhance but not duplicate what the Coast team does.
Thank you for that comment. It's a great comment, actually. They are different programs. So the Coast program, which I think we see in a number of municipalities, is where an actual police officer and a community mental health worker respond. And so it is different than the care pilot, where policing is not engaged directly. They're not required. So there are different types of calls where there may be safety issues. There may be a need for policing at the responding to the patient situation, along with a community mental health worker. The care pilot is not dealing with those types of situations. So this care program, these two individuals are responding to patients with mental health needs, but there's no safety or policing requirements. So they are two different programs, but a great question, because I think people are trying to understand the difference of the various programs. So thank you for that question.
Yeah, Councillor Fryer, and I thought I saw another card. Go ahead, Tim.
Thank you, Mayor Nolan, Warden. Thank you very much. And thank you, GM Sinclair, for the excellent presentation and responding to the questions. That's covered an awful lot of what I had. I want to just quickly speak to the review of some benchmarks that you provided in your presentation. And I can't find those pages in the document. If they are somewhere, please just advise where. But you also referenced that you'd be providing some slides afterwards. So if they could be provided, that would be very helpful, because when I'm going to report back to municipal council about enhancements in those critical areas, those would be real useful. And my only question about them was showing very good performance. How do they reflect to previous years or previous averages?
Thank you for those comments and questions. And as mentioned, we will ensure, I believe the presentation will be circulated, but we'll ensure to provide all councillors with the actual statistics that we've provided in the slides that are not already included in the budget binder. And I think we're seeing fairly consistent trends year over year, because these benchmarking slides are not a first of. We have looked at these, comparing our costs for quite a few years, and our outcomes have been in paramedic services consistently. We've been more cost effective than our comparators. In a long-term care, we've had similar trends. In fact, this year we have been with those county and the District of Muskoka, we have been consistently the second lowest, with the District of Muskoka being the lowest. This year we're actually lower than District of Muskoka. Not that we're competitive, but we're watching our benchmarks very, very closely in terms of our costs. So we do keep a very close eye on this, and that has been consistent in both paramedic services and long-term care in terms of our cost structures and being cost effective related to those comparatives. But we will circulate to ensure all council have them.
Thank you, Warden.
Okay, Councillor Snell.
Thank you. I see General Manager Wilcox's hand up. Did he want to respond to that question before I ask mine, maybe?
Go ahead, Trevor. I didn't see that.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Warden. I just wanted to summarize before we exited the shared services and make a comment for our city partners that the best place for them to look for their specific impacts is in the service partners section, page 367 on, because we have departments that serve all across the county, not just the shared service departments. For example, our finance department is is shared across the entire corporation, but we do allocate expenses to those specific departments, and that really shows that view. It's hard to show that view here because we don't allocate them across, and we want to manage each department separately. So that's why we have the reviews that we have showing the individual departments. So I would suggest that they look at that, and we're open to questions. We do get in touch with your finance people as well to provide information regarding that. Thank you.
Thank you, Trevor, and thank you, Councillor, for pointing that out. Go ahead, Tanya.
Thank you, Warden. Through you, just to sort of follow up to Councillor Cox's point in regards to that $5 million that's being spent with the third-party vendor. Obviously, they're able to recruit the talent to fill the gap. How do we compare price-wise in terms of the hourly wage or whatnot? Is your team looking at how we can be more competitive to take that talent from them? Thank you.
Through your worship, thank you for that question. And the timing is great. Our procurement staff are currently doing a review and a reissuance of all of our contracts with our agencies that we deal with. So periodically, we do reviews of prices, and we'll literally go through every type of category of staff that we are accessing through agencies, and we compare the prices across the various agencies. I think at one point we had close to 30 agencies that we were utilizing. That is reduced pretty significantly because our utilization is reducing, but we do a cost comparison and we compare to our own salary, wage and benefits costs as well. And what our procurement do is they do it like a leveling, where they look at the price points across the various agencies and our own, and they will come back and say, for us to continue to sign an agreement with you, a renewal, you will need to reduce your costs to this level. And it'll be by category. So RN, RPN, personal support worker, by each of the categories that we receive. And as I mentioned, our procurement staff are currently in the process of renewing that. So we've kept a close eye, and I can tell you at the height of the pandemic, we were paying agency staff, for some of the wages, north of $100 an hour. In some instances, they were close to double what the average wage rates were in long-term care homes, which is why this has garnered the attention of the province, and we've been advocating to the province around these agencies and agency costs. We are seeing the demand is decreasing, so the pricing is decreasing, but we do a periodic, as mentioned, review and go back to the agencies, and we're in a better position now because we are starting to fill our vacant positions to demand they reduce their prices. They are still higher than our own wages, but we're slowly seeing reductions from this process. And I will say we've had some collective agreement contracts in the last year that have really positioned our own salary, wage, and benefit packages much more competitively. And we're seeing agency staff starting to apply. Some of our agency staff starting to apply for county jobs. In fact, I was at one of the homes on the weekend talking in a couple of areas to some of the agency staff, handing out my business card, and talking about the great salary, wage, and benefit packages that we have. So we are, it's not a quick process, but we are starting to see that trending, and we do keep an eye on it.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any other cards, so I'll thank the city reps. This is the part of the budget that affected you. You're certainly welcome to stay and watch the rest of the day if you'd like. I would like to take a bio break for everybody right now. I was going to break at 12:30 for lunch. I might push that closer to 1 now. So if we can be back at 11:45, freshen up your coffees, and we'll see you then. Thank you.
Just a quick reminder to those in the meeting as well that we are still live streaming during the recess since it's fairly short. So we are still live streaming currently. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick. What time are we back at?
We are back at 11:45.
Hey, Don, what are you eating?
Sorry, good afternoon, council. Just a reminder that the live stream is still active during the
Okay,
break
thank
here.
you.
And when we go on a longer break for lunch, we will cut the live stream. But just because this was a short break, we've left it running for the moment.
How are we looking, Patrick? I see folks starting to come back in.
Yep. So we have the video prepared to go whenever you're ready, Warden Clark. It does look like it's 11:45, so we could begin, or you may want to wait just a moment if there's a few people left. But I think most have returned. Just waiting for a few others.
I see everybody plunking in all together, so we're on to engineering and planning, and I hope everybody topped up your sugar levels and your caffeine levels, and we'll get ready to go at the engineers. So, GM Elliott, whenever you're ready, sir.
The Engineering, Planning, and Environment Division is responsible to deliver programs and services in 5 areas, which include transportation and engineering, solid waste management, forestry, planning, and transit. Specific responsibilities within each department include, under transportation and engineering, roads construction, rehabilitation and maintenance, development engineering review, right-of-way maintenance, traffic control and illumination. With solid waste management, areas include solid waste planning, curbside collection, facility management. The planning area is responsible for growth directions and strategic systems, planning policies and updates, development review and approvals, special projects, and local supports. Within forestry, forest management, planning and operations, property upgrades and maintenance, recreational use management, strategic land acquisitions, and the Forest Conservation Bylaw. Transit is responsible for the development and operation of planned intermunicipal routes, and to date there are 6 routes across the county. In addition, the transit team is responsible for accessible transit, servicing and scheduling within a prescribed area. We'll take a moment now to highlight some of the 2024 key accomplishments in the division. In the transportation and engineering area, the team oversaw the reconstruction or rehabilitation of 49 kilometers of road, completion of intersection improvements including County Road 53, County Road 88, as well as trail construction along the Barrie-Collingwood rail line. There were 9 bridge and culvert replacement projects completed, including 5 located on lower tier roadways. Additionally, the team oversaw slope stabilization work on County Road 9 west of Creemore. In the solid waste management area, tonnages have been similar to 2023, adjusted for growth based on the first 8 months in 2024. The team also oversaw curbside garbage collection up 2.8%, recycling up 2.8%, and organics up 2.1%. Facilities garbage up 4.6%, and diversion down 0.8%. Overall diversion rates down about 1% to equal an overall 65% diversion rate. The team further completed the ERRC cost-benefit analysis, and the project was stopped as no longer financially feasible. As a result, 20-year contracts for processing of garbage or organics are now in place. The team maximized capacity while closing Site 2 in Collingwood, delivered organics promotion and education programs, and oversaw curbside and facility waste audits, which will be reported in early 2025. The planning team saw the completion of the Transportation Master Plan, the delivery of the Housing ASAP project, and we are now moving towards implementation. The team commenced work on development design guidelines to support our local partners. They continued to work on municipal approvals, including local official plans. There was ongoing work for reviewing and implementation of changes from the province. And the team provided planning support services to our local municipalities. The forestry team oversaw the issuance and monitoring of 25 timber sales, resulting in an estimated revenue of $2.2 million. There were 23,000 trees planted. The team also ensured there were ongoing infrastructure upgrades across our various sites. The recreational use management plan included increased patrols and enhanced monitoring across the system. There were expanded invasive species management and tending, contributing to long-term forest health and diversity. In addition, there were 4 property acquisitions in excess of 150 acres being added to the inventory. In transit, ridership continues to grow, surpassing 2023 ridership in September 2024, reaching a milestone of providing 1 million rides since the inception of the County Link service. The team continued to support social equity by providing affordable and accessible transportation options. And the team also continued to work on the zero emissions feasibility study, exploring options for a reduced carbon footprint, which will be completed in 2025. The 2025 key initiatives and focuses will be highlighted on the next slides. Within the Transportation and Engineering Construction and Maintenance Department, contracts are to be awarded for County Road 21 Phase 2, as well as County Road 4 Phase 1. Construction will be ongoing through 2025 and into 2026. There will be continued design and approvals on intersection improvements, including County Road 96 and County Road 7, as well as County Road 22 and County Road 29. Finally, there will be upgrades to the road maintenance garage, including building components in Ramera and at Orr Lake. The Transportation and Engineering Department includes both roads construction and road maintenance activities. The net department requirements are increasing by $880,000 in 2025. This includes an operating balance increase of $1.2 million. This increase is a result of changes to both revenue and expenses. In terms of revenues, there is a decrease of $8.7 million. This is the result of a tangible capital assets policy change, which reclassifies roads rehabilitation projects as capital. Canada Community Building Funds and Ontario Community Infrastructure Funds that support roads rehabilitation projects have been removed from operating to fund these projects within the capital budget. Expenses are decreasing by $7.5 million. This decrease is tied to the movement of $8.9 million of roads rehabilitation project expenses from the facilities expense category to capital. Operational increases include standard salary and benefit increases and additional consulting costs for environmental compliance work. As well, cost of service delivery increases include an accounting change to reclassify $1.7 million of roads maintenance and construction costs from the facilities category to better reflect the nature of the expenses. The remainder of the category increase is mainly due to South Innisfil Creek Culvert project of $190,000, as well as other road maintenance activities of $200,000, vehicle expense increases of $146,000, and signalization repair and maintenance. Some cost decreases are also included for Georgian Village snow plowing, as well as fuel and winter maintenance materials based on historic trends. The capital program is seeing a net capital decrease of $332,000. Revenues are increasing by $16.8 million and include funding of $11.2 million from Canada Community Building Fund, $8.8 million from the Ontario Community Infrastructure Fund, which is made up of 2025 allocation of $6.9 million, plus the 2024 carryover, $30.2 million in development charge revenues for growth-related projects, and reserves of $9 million, which fund asset management-related work. Expenses are increasing by $16.5 million and include increases to roads construction work of $6.5 million and $8.8 million in roads rehabilitation projects, which are now considered tangible capital assets after the most recent TCA policy update. On the roads maintenance side, increases include $649,000 in additional garage maintenance work, vehicle replacements of an additional $1.9 million compared to 2024, and a reduction to vehicle additions of $1.2 million. The 2025 capital program includes the continuation of the multi-year reconstruction projects including County Road 4, 21, 22, and 27. The Barrie-Collingwood Railway active transportation project continues with Phase 2 of construction planned to begin in 2025. Several structure replacements and rehabilitation projects, including the Willow Creek project, which continues into 2025 to replace the remaining structures. Fleet replacement based on our asset management schedule, which includes 4 plow trucks, 2 pickup trucks, 2 backhoes, 2 tractors, and a 1-ton truck. A new steel frame and fabric cold storage building at the Beaton Garage to house equipment and critical supplies to protect these assets from harsh environmental elements. And then additionally, are the rehabilitation of 43.1 kilometers of county roads. I'll now highlight some of the 2025 key initiatives and area of focus for the solid waste management area. Notable changes are coming in the next few years to the Solid Waste Management Department. These changes will have an impact on the annual budgets for the department and the county. Many of the changes will be discussed in the budget and the key initiatives. Focus for this past year and the next year will help us prepare for the larger changes to come and try to mitigate their impacts. Some of those changes include preparation for full Blue Box transition, which is set to commence on January 1st, 2026. It's already started, and the work will continue through 2025. The Nottawasaga landfill will close in 2025, and the last landfill in the county will reach capacity in 2027, leaving 1 year emergency disposal capacity at the site. As a result, costs for garbage haulage and processing are expected to increase in the years ahead. Staff have mitigated the uncertainty of landfill capacity in the province by securing a long-term garbage processing contract with work ongoing towards initiation of the contract. Solid Waste is also investigating the increase to our own fleet assets to help reduce the costs to haul this material. Solid Waste Management staff continue to explore ways to increase the quantity of organic captured. Promotion and education will continue to focus on diverting organics from garbage, with work continuing in the school program multi-residential organics program, and in the future, looking into the viability of servicing the IC&I sector. In support of increased organics diversion in 2024, staff secured long-term organics processing contracts, working towards initiation of this contract. In 2025, staff will also prepare for the replacement of the organics transfer facility. The Solid Waste Management Department continues to manage growth and increases to the waste stream while maintaining services in the growing county. Over the last number of years, staff have worked through the approvals process to redevelop the West Gwillimbury Waste Transfer Facility to better serve residents. As part of the long-term strategy, staff have started and will continue to work towards strategic property acquisitions for future waste management infrastructure. Some of the key 2025 budget highlights for solid waste management include that solid waste management has a net department requirement increase of $2.5 million in 2025. However, for the second budget in a row, the operating balance is decreasing, although it is expected that this will not continue to be the trend. In 2025, the decrease is slightly more than $1.7 million. Revenues are increasing by $637,000 overall. Items driving this increase include an additional $513,000 of Blue Box program-related funding and a user fee increase of $440,000. User fee rates, including the minimum charge increase and per mattress rate increase, were adjusted mid-2024, so 2025 will be the first full year of revenue increases due to the rate changes. Residential and commercial drop-off revenues and compost revenues are all expected to be higher than 2024. Offsetting these increases is a decrease of $280,000 in miscellaneous income. This includes a reduction resulting from the discontinuation of textile and electronics collection and a decline in market pricing of scrap metal. Overall operating expenses are decreasing by $1.1 million. There are small increases in salary and benefits of $233,000. This increase is kept low in part due to the reduction in staffing of 1 FTE at the Oro landfill, resulting from operational changes related to the Blue Box program transition. As well, there is a small increase of $134,000 in facilities for equipment and building maintenance, utilities, and HHW disposal costs, which are increasing by $85,000 due to both pricing and volume increases. These increases are offset by a decrease in administration expense of $281,000, which includes lower consulting costs as the Collingwood site closure work is complete, lower advertising costs as the 2024 organics campaign is finished, and lower printing costs as the waste calendar is being reduced in size. The most notable reduction to the budget is seen within the cost of service delivery expenses. The largest savings has been realized through the implementation of a new organics processing contract, which started in October of this year. The new contract includes per ton rates significantly lower than the prior contract, resulting in an expected cost reduction of $1.8 million. Other savings include $358,000 in special collection costs, resulting from Council's decision to cease the textile and electronics programs. However, Council should expect a 37% increase with the new leaf and yard waste collections contract in 2026. Site capping and maintenance costs are lower by $181,000 with the completion of work related to the Collingwood site closure, and waste to export costs are expected to be down by $128,000 based on the recently procured cost per ton rate for facilities garbage. Costs that are increasing include $943,000 in curbside collection fees based on estimates for contractual obligations related to CPI, fuel, growth, and addition of serviced units. Waste haulage is increasing by $279,000 because of increased prices in new contracts, partially offset by increased use of external resources with the capital budget acquisitions are enabled. Leachate haulage costs are anticipated to increase by $91,000 based on historic trends. Net capital requirements are increasing by $4.3 million in 2025. This increase includes $5.5 million in spending on major site works, mainly at Site 16 in Bradford, West Gwillimbury, and Site 11 in Oro. Vehicle and replacements are $2.8 million less than 2024 based on the asset management replacement schedule, while additions are $821,000 more. These additions include more long-haul trucks and trailers, which will aid in the transfer of both organics and garbage to export for processing. Curbside collection cart costs for replacement and growth are down by $101,000 based on current inventory levels and anticipated need. Development charge revenues are higher than 2024, while reserve use is lower, resulting in an overall decrease in revenues of $923,000 to offset capital expenditures. We'll now take a look at some of the 2025 capital program for solid waste management. The 2025 capital program includes the continuation of Site 16 improvement projects at $4.8 million, which will better serve residents through the expansion of diversion areas, the addition of new on-site vehicle queuing room, new scales and a scale house, new buildings for household hazardous waste and mattresses, a trailer loading area, and a lunchroom. In 2025, a budget of $1.1 million will be used to plan and begin building a new and expanded organics transfer building, including odor abatement technology at the Oro site. This work includes obtaining environmental approvals and permits. This project is funded by development charge revenue and reserves, which had originally been committed to the Environmental Resource Recovery Center, as directed by Council when the ERRC project was discontinued. Vehicle replacements of $1.1 million include the replacement of one excavator, one loader, one highway tractor, and one wheeled stacker. As well, 2 additional dump trailers and highway tractors are required to more effectively manage the haulage of organics material to the processor, freeing up existing fleet to do more in-house transfers of garbage export. Also included in the budget is the annual capital expense for curbside collection carts. Based on anticipated replacements, growth estimates, and current inventory levels, the budget in 2025 has a budget of $304,000, which is partially funded by development charge revenue. Some of the 2025 key initiatives and area of focus within the forestry team include the continued implementation of management plan, including tending, invasive species management, planting, and timber sales. Full implementation of voice-activated data gathering systems, infrastructure enhancements including updated signage, Forest Stewardship Council certification, which is a full recertification to a new standard, and planned housekeeping updates to the Forest Conservation Bylaw. Some of the 2025 budget highlights for forestry include that the Forestry Department is expecting an increase of $14,000 increase to the net department requirement. This increase reflects an increase in costs for the bylaw activities, which are not funded by the Forest Reserve Fund. Revenues are increasing by $301,000 overall and are primarily the result of continuing favorable markets for timber. Expenses are increasing by $315,000, which includes an increase of $63,000 for salary and benefit costs, an increase in administration costs for the completion of a full audit by the Forest Stewardship Council, which occurs every 5 years, and an increase in the transfer to reserves, which is a result of higher timber sales being transferred to the Forest Reserve Fund. Offsetting these increases is a decrease in facilities expenses of $27,000 for small equipment purchases and reduced ground maintenance, resulting from an in-year addition of a summer student. The net capital increase is $82,000. In 2025, the Forestry Department will be replacing one pickup truck with an EV truck for $112,000. As this truck is used for forestry management activities, it is fully funded by reserves. Turning to planning, some of the 2025 key initiatives for the planning team include to continue the municipal comprehensive review work, which includes Greenlands mapping and settlement area boundary expansions in partnership with our local municipalities. It'll include an update to the county official plan as a result of the Provincial Planning Statement 2024, the South Georgian Bay Transportation Network Assessment, an assessment of long-term servicing and septage treatment options to support growth. There will be an update to fees and charges, including an application fee review to better support development-related work, and an assessment of the appropriate revenue models for the required resources. Additional value-added projects include a development assessment tool for healthy and resilient communities, as well as implementation of the Housing ASAP project. Some of the 2025 budget highlights for the Planning Department include an overall net department requirement and operating balance increase of $187,000 is being seen for the Planning Department in 2025. Revenues are increasing by $470,000 overall, with $460,000 of that coming from development charge revenues. These revenues are tied to planning work for growth-related strategies, as well as to fund the addition of one FTE. A program supervisor for growth support has been added to the budget to lead key elements of growth-related strategic projects. Expenses are increasing by $657,000. Salaries and benefits are increasing by $255,000, which includes normal salary and benefit increases and the addition of the program supervisor for growth support. Administration expenses are increasing by $399,000. This increase is mainly the result of increases in externally sourced legal counsel to represent the county at appeals and legal proceedings and consulting fees. The Planning Department has outlined an extensive work plan for 2025. The plan focuses on various projects such as growth support infrastructure strategies for Lake Simcoe and Severn Sound Georgian Bay, a planning fees and benchmarking review, the Housing Attainable Supply Action Plan, and South Georgian Bay Subarea Transportation Assessments, to name only a few. Project costs that are growth-related are offset by development charge revenues, as outlined in the current development charge study. Turning to the Lynx Transit System, some of the 2025 key initiatives and area focus for Lynx Transit include to complete a service delivery review as part of the TMP update, the planned addition of Route 7, servicing the south portion of the county in Innisfil and Bradford West Gwillimbury, which is projected to launch in 2025, and the addition of a transit inspector to assist with contractor performance, system reliability, and inspections. Some of the 2025 budget highlights related to Lynx Transit include the overall net department requirement for transit will be increasing by $905,000. The operating balance is increasing by $905,000, and this increase is primarily driven by the addition of Route 7, Bradford West Gwillimbury, Innisfil to Barrie. Revenues are increasing by $292,000 and include an increase to provincial gas tax estimated based on prior allocations, as well as an increase to fare revenues. Fare revenue increases have been increased based on growing current ridership trends, the addition of Route 7, and an average fare per rider. Expenses are increasing by $1.2 million. The main cost driving this increase is related to the addition of Route 7 for fuel and contracted services related to the operation of the new route. As well, a transit inspector has been added to the budget as the growth of the Lynx Transit service requires additional support for activities such as resolving customer service issues, inspections of vehicles and bus stops, overseeing the implementation of transit technologies, and analyzing operational data to make recommendations for corrective actions or potential service improvements. A decrease of $156,000 in administrative costs is seen as there is a reduction in consulting needs for the Regional Transit Review and the Zero Emission Study. There is no net capital requirement for transit and no change from 2024. The decreases in revenues and expenses is the result of changes to several items within the capital program. $1.7 million less is being spent on buses, as only a deposit will be required in 2025 for 6 35-foot buses to be purchased in 2026, and there is no requirement for any specialized buses in 2025. The reduction in expenses causes a related reduction in offsetting revenues. Overall revenue reductions of $1.5 million include lower development charge and Canada Community Building Fund revenues. Conventional bus refurbishments are being done in 2025, requiring an additional $204,000 over 2024 to have 4 buses refurbished. Finally, the addition of an SUV for the transit inspector is an increase of $77,000 to both revenues and expenses, as this purchase will be funded by reserves. 2025 capital program for transit. The 2025 capital program includes $440,000 to order and pay deposits on 6 35-foot buses. As the lead time on the buses is now between 12 and 18 months, buses will be ordered in 2025 for delivery in 2026, which aligns with the planned Route 8 expansion. This route will serve ESSA, CFB Borden, Agila Tozaronio, and New Tecumseh. The growth portion of these fleet additions will be funded by development charges and the remainder by the Canada Community Building Fund. The refurbishment of 4 conventional buses follows the county's asset management plan, extending the useful life of the buses by an additional 4 years. It also increases reliability of the vehicles, helping to ensure uninterrupted operations of Lynx routes and the maintenance of the current service levels. A fully electric SUV is being added to support the work of the transit inspector. That concludes the presentation of the Engineering, Planning and Environment team for the 2025 budget, and we'd be happy to respond to any questions you might have.
Just waiting a second for my screen. Councillor Dolan, go ahead, Lynn.
Thank you. I wish Teams and Zoom would put their mute buttons in the same place. Make my life a lot easier. Just a few things. So first of all, I just wanted to comment that, after I think it was 2016 when we started with the Resource Recovery and Circular Economy Act, that we're finally seeing substantive savings in that department. So very, very happy to see that. As far as transit is concerned, when we do our service delivery review, I'm wondering if we could identify the subsidy per rider. Like I'm talking about after the provincial gas tax, what is the subsidy per rider? So we could compare to other regional or county systems.
General Manager.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And back to Councillor Dolan. By all means, when we undertake that regional review, we do intend to look at the funding. Obviously, we've got to look at the funding that's available now to the locals that do provide transit, but we will look at all of that so that council can make informed decisions as we move forward.
Thank you. I think that there's a big disconnect with people. They think that the money that they put in the fare box actually goes a long way to paying for the transit system, which is not even close. And so I just think it's nice to have that amount so per rider what it is. And then the roads, I managed this is the first time I've actually worked off a virtual or a electronic budget book. And I managed quite fine, with the exception of that one page that is we used to get the big map with all the arrows that showed all of the construction projects over the next year, actually a couple of years. And it was all color coded and it was this big and it was folded up and tucked in the front of the binder. And can somebody tell me how to enlarge it and print it like that? Or could we get a copy of that? Because that's the only thing I really didn't do well with reading the budget book, was getting the information off that map.
Certainly, through your worship, back to Councillor Dolan. You're right, that map is contained in the budget document. I will work with clerks to get either instructions or a copy that's easy to zoom in on. You're absolutely right, it's difficult at the scale it's produced at to read that at this point.
And my last comments in terms of planning. So a couple of things, like with all of the big question marks around planning at our level of government, and with the MCR not being required anymore with I wonder why we're continuing with MCR work when the new provincial planning statement says stop work on the MCR, or am I misunderstanding something?
Yes, certainly. That's a really good question. There's a lot of flux right now in terms of how the province is managing planning. As you know, 2 years ago, they indicated that the role for the county might be under question. They've not made a decision on that. We are still going through the municipal comprehensive review process, and we are working with our locals on the next phase of that, which would be starting to undertake settlement boundary area mapping exercises. So we still have a role. That role has not changed. And quite honestly, we are not anticipating that it will change in a material way.
Okay, great. And my last one, and then I'll give up the floor, was external legal for OLT cases. Because when we decided to go with an in-house legal counsel, one of the reasons was that we wouldn't have to get external counsel to go to all the OLT cases. Are we expecting a huge amount for 2025?
Through the chair, I think the response to that question is by and large how the province might entertain some of the authorities for people to appeal decisions and things like that. So there was a lot of flux over the last year about who could appeal and who could not appeal and what types of planning decisions. Our legal department here right now is we don't have an in-house development lawyer per se. We thought for the next year it would be prudent right now to use external resources and then reassess that as we knew more in the future.
Thank you.
Hey, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to GM Elliott. Speaking about planning, the Supervisor of Growth, I understand this is fully funded from DCs. Is this only going to be a one-year position, though, or is this going to be looped into the budget for 2026?
Thank you. Through your worship, back to Councillor Anderson. We anticipate this to be a position that would be with us for the long duration, not just a one-year position. In the planning world, recruiting anybody under a one-year premise right now is virtually impossible. It is funded, as you noted, through development charges. We sought some advice on that. Because it is focused on growth and not day-to-day planning applications, that is warranted and permitted under the Development Charges Act. So we don't see this as being a one-year position. There's going to be long-term needs around growth support. They might evolve slightly, but the need will be here for the foreseeable future.
Okay, thank you. And just to follow up, so that would be looped into the budget next year, and that wouldn't be funded by DCs in future years?
Through the chair, at this point, we see it as a continued funding source, the development charge program, rather. If that were to change, we would address that through future budgets.
Okay, thank you. And Your Worship, if you may permit one more question.
Yes.
Just with regards to the comment, GM Elliott, in your presentation to the waste calendar, noted that it was going to be resized, but in the budget document itself said eliminated. Can you speak as to whether or not it's going to be resized and that's part of the communications plan, or is it actually going to be eliminated?
Through the chair, it's resized. The intention is to scale back the number of paper copies being distributed. So if somebody needs that, we could make that available, but the goal is to have the public access that through digital means.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Councillor Snell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you to GM Elliott. I can appreciate all the growth that's happening in the south and hence the additional transit lines being added there. Just wondering if there's any plan to add a Saturday bus link system to connect South Georgian Bay, so Collingwood, Stayner, Wasaga Beach to Barrie, not only for residents that commute, but also for tourism or for families that want to connect.
Thank you for the question, and through the chair, back to Councillor Snell. We think that looking at the expanded hours and mandate of service will be undertaken through the regional review that council recently directed staff to undertake. We're finalizing the RFP on that and hope to get that out shortly. So that is something that would be within the scope of that review.
Is that good? Okay, Councillor Hamlin.
Thank you, Warden. My questions were about transit too, and maybe you've just answered through Councillor Dolan's question. But I heard you say during the presentation, South Georgian Bay Transit Assessment. Is that part of the regional review that you were just discussing?
sorry, through the chair for clarity, the South
Yeah.
Georgia Bay Transportation Assessment,
Oh,
it's really work that we're
transportation.
trying to do in partnership with our neighboring jurisdictions as well as the MTO to look at really the Highway 26 corridor.
Okay. All right. Sorry. And again, through you, Warden, the review on the transit then for, I guess I can see it's being called Northwest County of the county. Is that's going to include an overall look at the transit options for our residents in this area?
It's through the chair. It's going to be a very comprehensive look at how transit is delivered across the county.
Okay.
The direction we had through the strategic planning exercise with council last year was to look at a more regional view to delivery of transit services. So the very first undertaking of part of this study would be comprehensive consultation with our local providers, being the municipalities as well as the public, to understand what gaps exist, what the needs are out there, to look at recommendations that we could bring forward to council for some direction back to staff about where to go with this.
Okay, thank you. And just a supplementary through you, Warden, we're having real challenges providing accessible transit for our community. One of our providers has gone out of business, and we're in our last months of work with them. Are there options to collaborate with the county on providing this service in our area?
Go ahead, Rob. Again, sorry, through your worship. Again, that would be part of the more regional perspective that we would want to look at. As you might recall, and maybe some don't, but the mandate of our accessible program is to provide service for those within 1 kilometer of the links route system. So part of that would be looking at, if we were to expand that mandate, that would include looking at the accessible program as well.
Great, thanks so much.
Okay, I've got Councillor Leduc followed by Councillor Evans. Or did your question get answered, James?
No, I got some questions, and I think I can't find that yellow hand that everybody puts up, so I apologize. I have to use my real hand. Quick question. I got just two questions. One is about the budget for the forestry. Rob, you show a deficit of 139,000. A quick fix on that one would be, instead of transferring to reserves 2.2 million, we just transfer 2 million. I think the reserves in the forestry is quite healthy, and I think forestry is supposed to be based on timber sales, net zero. So that would help the budget a little bit with $139,000 if you use that reserve funding for that. That's up to you. I just posed that question to you. I looked at the planning budget and I got some concerns. I'm not sure, even though you tell me that that planner is DC paid for. I look at the revenues in the planning, and it's $1 million out of reserves, but the expenses are 3.6 million. So I'm not sure we have the money there for that. I'm not going to support the hiring of that one. I think we added people to the planning staff last year, so there's quite a deficit there. And I think if we carry on with that, our reserves for planning is going to be depleted fairly quickly if we're looking at 2.6 million each year from our reserves to pay for that planning department. So just those are my quite concerns, and I just leave it to you to figure out if there's an opportunity to reduce the forestry cost to us and look at this planning. I'm not going to support that planner. Sorry. Thanks.
Okay. Next I have Councillor Evans, and yeah, the hand, it's bottom of your screen. It's called React now, and it's hidden in there. The new updated version. Go ahead, Councillor Evans.
Okay, no, thank you, Warden. I appreciate that, and recognizing my white hand. I will make it yellow next time. Two questions. Thank you very much, General Manager. First of all, just to deal with transit, just a comment. North Simcoe, we do have, and I'm sure you're aware, a very successful charity organization / transit organization called Community Reach that has been very successful both in all the communities of North Simcoe. And I wonder in the future to maybe reach out to some of these groups and to provide a feasible and cost-effective means of transporting people in our communities. I don't really see the day. And in my future, where bus service in Tiny for instance, would make sense. But for those specific groups of our community that need rides, this service has been very effective. And it's all volunteers, and it's been very, and maybe including that in our future discussions might be worthwhile as well. My next area is just to do with, just a comment, you don't have to comment on that, but in terms of the recycling, and I'm frankly, I know you put some contingencies in there in terms of the transition on the ICI and the recycling. It's a year away, and we haven't heard a thing about this. And like, who's going to do it? Where are the contracts at? And I'm wondering if you could give a little bit of background in terms of that, because I'm concerned that we're not accruing enough in case this thing blows up. And given that we're already November 1st, we're 13 months away, and it's still in transition. I brought it up to our community and to illuminate to everybody. And like most things I say, I guess I went on deaf ears, but yeah, I think people know, but until it actually happens, I foresee a lot of issues. And just as a minor comment, you mentioned about carts. Moving forward, are we going to provide recycling carts if we're not picking it up? Or I know what's happening on the ICI side there, where they have to organize their own garbage disposal, and that'll be an interesting transition. I do see a lot of this landing on our doorstep late January, early February of 2026. I mean, the municipal side, when there's garbage blowing all over the street, and people are going to be, well, you got to come and pick it up. So I'm just concerned if you could just kind of give me a couple comments in terms of maybe where we're at in terms of the transition, anything that you've heard behind the scenes, if you think you've accrued enough in terms of contingency if things do not go perfect. And then maybe a little comment just in terms of the carts as an illumination of the transition of the cost moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And through you, your worship, all very great questions. We continue to lobby through the ministry to expand the scope of the producers when they're going to collect recycling material. As you know, ICI has been left out of that program. We continue to lobby to ask for them to include that, particularly the smaller businesses for which we had collected historically. Hopefully, we're getting a little bit of traction with our advocacy work, but no commitment on that front just yet. In terms of the carts, you did note that we do have some money highlighted in the budget to continue to purchase carts. We do have an inventory right now of what we think is an adequate number of the blue carts for the next year. And when the transition occurs a year from now, we're negotiating right now with the provider to sell the carts to them. So they would become the owners of that infrastructure, and they'd be responsible to roll out new carts as they were required for their business. So that's been considered, but it really doesn't hit the 2025 budget. That would really come into play for 2026.
Okay, thank you, sir. That's great. Thank you, Warden. Appreciate it.
Okay, Councillor Measures.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Warden. And Mr. Elliott, I appreciate your presentation. I am concerned, again, with the confusion by the public when it comes to when you say the word closing a landfill site, such as Collingwood or Nottawasaga. Can you just clarify that we're going to close landfill operations, but we're going to continue to operate as a transfer station on these two locations? Is that correct?
Through your worship, correct. Our facilities will continue to operate as a transfer station. We just won't be landfilling at those locations. So that material will now be hauled out of the county for treatment elsewhere.
Okay, so we are going to be continuing to transfer it and move it to other places, but for residents who use our facilities, we have to change the language from landfill site to transfer station.
That would be appropriate nomenclature. Absolutely, you hear.
Okay, so I would encourage the communication staff, who of course are monitoring this great call, if they could continue to think about that type of language and change in communicating with the public. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, I'm not seeing any other hands at this time. So thank you, General Manager Elliott, and I will now turn it over to CAO Mark, and I think you're going to do the wardens and clerks and archives on page 49 of your budget.
I'm here, Your Worship. We're just waiting for the video. And County Council will go over the Warden, CAO, Clerk, and Archives budget. and we'll go through the first part fairly quickly, talk a little bit about what each of these departments do, accomplishments in 2024, and what we're intending on doing in these areas in 2025. So as I mentioned, Warden Council, Chief Administrative Officer, Clerks and Statutory Services, as well as the archives fall in this budget. Council's familiar with the various tasks of each of these areas and the responsibilities. We'll go into those in a little bit more detail. So the Warden and Council, obviously the roles and responsibilities are prescribed in the Municipal Act and various other pieces of legislation from the province. There are approximately over 70 council committees, subcommittee and advisory committees, and council considers over 500 reports and over 100 bylaws annually. Council also represents the county in the community and various boards and agencies locally, provincially, and nationally, and are the board of directors of this corporation and look after governance for the entire county of Simcoe. CAO looks after administrative leadership, corporate operational executive management, as well as all the strategic plans and long-term plans directed by council and warden. They coordinate implementation of council's directions to the staff and provides assistance to county council through the office. Also oversee fiscal and operational management and legislative compliance for all of our programs, services, capital programs, and activities. And we are the point of contact externally, and we work intergovernmentally with both the provincial government, the federal government, as well as all our community partners, agencies, economic opportunities with various levels of government. So the Clerk's Department is the council and committee secretariat, records information management and records, access and privacy issues, accessibility compliance, also looks after the legislative oversight for things like the Integrity Commission, the Privacy Commissioner, the Ombudsman, and monitors provincial legislation for impacts on any of the county's systems or services. The Simcoe County Archives acquires, preserves, and makes accessible to the public kind of the documented history of Simcoe County, and that comes in a number of forms. The permanent corporate records of the county, its 16-member municipalities, as well as the city of Barrie, but also photographs, newspapers, maps, diaries, any genealogical research material that might be relevant. The Simcoe County Archives also is public-facing and receives about 1,800 research visits, inquiries, and requests annually. In terms of 2024 accomplishments, the Warden and Council provided governance to the county and ensured compliance with various acts and legislation, and did represent the county as previously noted. Also dealt with matters around the regional review and a number of other strategic undertakings in 2024. The CAO's office was busy, lots of matters coming out of the pandemic, provided corporate leadership and continued to oversee our regular county services and functions, but also worked with the province on a number of upcoming changes related to the regional review. Provided corporate management and oversight of all county services and staff as well. Clerk's Department was busy. They reported and received direction from the Ombudsman to provide closed meeting investigator service per council's direction. They did complete the compliance audits and concluded everything from the 2022 municipal elections on behalf of the member municipalities. Processed a number of freedom of information and access requests, and updated our comprehensive information classification records retention schedule, and continued to work on our electronic records and brought forward a number of policies for council's consideration. The County Archives advanced the archives renovation project that is included in the 2025 budget, which will enhance the public-facing space and experience for the public that are utilizing the archives. They also completed a number of comprehensive database reviews and cleanups and assisted in a number of events with municipal partners and local organizations and genealogical groups. They did collect 72 linear meters of municipal and county records and 23 linear meters or 21 gigabytes of private records. In terms of 2025 initiatives, Council will continue to work on a number of our strategic plans, a number of them coming forward for review in some of our services as well. They will continue to work intergovernmentally on a number of matters stemming from some of the provincial changes, work on public and media relations, and attend a number of events. Representatives attend the Western Wardens, the SWIFT, Association of Municipalities of Ontario, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, Great Lakes, St. Lawrence Seaway, and a number of other organizational representations. Simcoe County is well represented right across the province. CIO's office will continue to be working with the province on a number of undertakings, forwarding our strategic plans and corporate and project management pieces. We do continue to coordinate modernization and efficiency studies through lean process management undertakings across the corporation to ensure we're as efficient, as effective as possible, and continue to work on intergovernmental relations with various groups and organizations and strategic partnerships on various initiatives and opportunities. There's lots of interesting things coming forward to Simcoe County, given our proximity in central Ontario and our importance in the province of Ontario. Clerk's office will be doing a procedural bylaw review in 2025 and continuing deployment of the electronic records and information management system, the EDRMS, and continuing to process freedom of information access requests and accessibility advisory committees and AOTA compliance in 2025. Simcoe County Archives is undertaking construction phase of the Archives renovation project. That will begin early in 2025, and as you will see, is reflected in our capital budget in this particular area. This will improve access to records by cleaning up the data and transcribing a number of aids to assist people in finding things online, as well as completing the upload of unprocessed municipal records to a searchable database and update the space use analysis for long-term facilities planning and create a better environment for people that are utilizing the archives. So as I noted, the 2025 budget highlights are in the budget binder underneath Warden, CAO, Clerks, and Archives. The net department requirement is an increase of $1.8 million, but as you'll see in the note, $1.7 million of that is actually for the construction phase of the multi-year renovation project at the Archives facility. So the vast majority of the increase in this area is related to that council-directed construction project in the Archives. The operating balance itself is increasing by about $123,000. It includes standard salary and benefit cost increases across the departments, has some higher expenses related to the county conference, which will occur in 2025, but also has some revenue offsetting that from the 2024 transfer to reserves of $20,000 to cover half the cost of that conference. So it's a pretty straightforward budget, and if there's any questions, we'd be happy to oblige.
Just waiting for everybody to come online here. Not seeing any questions. So if you want to carry on, Mark, I think you've got economic development next.
Yep, thank you, Your Worship. Got Lynn Dolan with a question.
Oh, sorry, Lynn, go ahead.
No, I was late putting my hand up. So CAO Aiken, can you tell me, was this filmed before or after council's decision to give itself a raise? And if so, if not, is there an impact?
Yeah, thank you. That was a question I was expecting, actually. So the budget doesn't include the 1/3 phase in of that increase, but General Manager Wilcox is going to be speaking to that at the end. There's a number of things that have come up, both in expenses, but also in revenue improvements in the overall budget that'll be included in the budget. So Trevor will speak to that. But I think overall it's a positive impact, even with the 1/3 phased in salary.
Okay. Any others? Not seeing any, so carry on, Mark.
So we'd now like to do an overview of our economic development department, including the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport. Just briefly, the Economic Development Department implements county's economic strategic plan and deals with investment attraction, talent retention and attraction in the sectors, business retention and expansion, as well as our economic development ecosystem collaboration right across the region. The Lake Simcoe Regional Airport looks after the operation and maintenance of the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport and is an economic hub for the aerospace industry in the region, develops an employment lands, as well as implements the Lake Simcoe Regional Strategic Plan, and continues to work on opportunities relating to economic development and the airport. In terms of accomplishments in 2024, the Economic Development Department's been very busy working on the strategic goals and objectives set out by Council in the 2021-2025 strategy. That includes the investment attraction initiatives outlined in the slide, grants, key initiatives, the outbound mission to Japan, pre-qualified lead generation meetings, and development of a number of investment and promotional materials. They also dealt with industry on talent attraction and retention initiatives, including a 3-year grant to support the portfolio, undertaking the 2024 Workplace Connects Conference, and doing some employer training and student tours, which showcased our industrial partners in the region. They also worked on business retention expansion initiatives, which included the 2024 Manufacturers Forum, update and implementation of the Ag Food Work Plan, and support of the entrepreneurship ecosystem. In terms of 2024 accomplishments for the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, we did acquire the final 10% share the county did of the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, which results in sole ownership, which has a major impact not only on the budget but also on the accounting of the budget, which we'll get into a little bit when we get into the details. The airport also completed a comprehensive rates and fees review and implemented a new airport fee schedule, developed and launched a new website, reviewed our airport's commercial land development processes and standards, and continue to collaborate with not only our existing hangar operators, but we successfully drew a number of new commercial tenants to the airport and continue to seek opportunities. In 2024, we also planned and managed in cooperation with Canadian Forces Base Borden the planes for the City of Barrie Air Show, which drew 140 spectators and was a real success for the City of Barrie and the region in general. In terms of 2025 key initiatives, we're going to continue on with the Economic Development Strategic Plan, in which, again, focuses on investment attraction and making Simcoe County a premier destination for investment in Ontario. As Council is aware, we have had a very successful year and a number of pretty significant foreign direct investments in our region. That requires us to really focus on talent attraction, retention activities to support these labor markets. as well as continuing to work on employer training and engaging youth in skilled trades. And we'll also be doing a lot of business retention expansion initiatives in 2025 to continue to provide that employment base for our industrial partners. And we will continue to work with those business and participate in trade missions, investment promotions where opportunities may align. In 2025, the airport's going to continue to look at the detailed design for runway extension. The project, as you know, Council, is 50% complete. We're hoping to complete the rest of that in 2025. We will be tendering in project management and construction for that piece, continuing to monitoring and evaluate the FBO, or the fixed-based operator services, which are provided by Chartwright Air Group, a partner of ours out at the airport. And we'll continue to work towards our airport certification and continue to work hard to attract new airport tenants and services that aligns with County Council's approved strategic plan. So in terms of the 2025 draft budget, you can follow along in your draft budget book under the tabs of economic development in the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport. Under economic development, the 2025 budget highlights there is a net departmental requirement or increase of $1.3 million. $1.2 million of that is the reinstatement of the strategic transfer to reserve, which is council earmarked as 1% of the levy. So the reinstatement of that makes up the majority of the increase to this particular budget. In terms of operating balance, there are some revenue decreases relating to the additional grants for the rural economic development, as well as the CAN export funding, and a revenue decrease of $80K because there are no planned outbound international missions for economic development in the Warden in 2025. We do those every other year. So that is a decrease in reserve and also a decrease in expenses as well. Aside from the major increase of the reinstatement of the transfer to reserve, there's also an addition of one senior economic development officer to deal with some of the direct foreign investment in the area, as well as the undertakings in the strategic plan and the long-term financial plan for the corporation. For the 2025 draft budget for Lake Simcoe Regional Airport, Council will note the specific pages for the airport in the budget with the attached notes. So it's a little confusing due to the changes in ownership of the airport and some of the accounting changes, and I'll attempt to explain. The net department requirement actually has an increase of $5.4 million, which is inclusive of operational enhancements and increases related to the ownership change, but also some major capital works in 2025 as we work towards accomplishing the improvements in the strategic plan. So the operating balance shows an increase of $2 million, which is a revenue decrease of $1.6 million. From general reserves. Some of that is the removal of Barry's contributions, and the county's contributions from general reserve are now all put here. So there's a decrease in general municipal government to offset some of this. Because the county owns this now as a department, and there are no flow-through monies from general municipal. That's the majority of the increases seen in this particular budget. There are an increase in airport generated user fees as well, which is good. But offset a little bit by expenses related to our fixed-based operator. Salaries and benefits increase at the airport about $91,000. Administration costs, including consulting, legal, advertising, are up, and that's related to some of the council-directed initiatives, both in the strategic plan, but some of the opportunities that exist. Aviation fuel prices and purchases have gone up as well. As I mentioned, the accounting change of the county now being the sole shareholder of Lake Simcoe Regional Airport. The budget notes explain some of the variances specifically, but essentially there is an operating balance increase of 1.9. There is a revenue decrease, as pointed out, due to us being taking on the costs that were previously assigned to the City of Barrie as a 10% owner. But also a change in accounting from the general municipal fund directly into this as an operational budget or a department of the county now. There's an operating increase without the ownership change of 172K as well, relating to some of the enhancements and improvements at the airport. Another busy year, 2025, for capital improvements. The capital is now 100% county funded, and that's reflected in the budget as well. And the requirement is now shown all in the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport budget rather than the general municipal fund. So increases in capital include the expenses of almost $1 million, mostly due to the maintenance garage, which is being constructed in 2025. The completion of the runway expansion, some fleet replacements, water system improvements, wastewater system expansion plans, as well as ground improvements on the site. The capital program also includes the runway extension, the maintenance garage expansion, terminal building components, including some improvements in the existing terminal in the refreshment area, as well as some of the HVAC requirements, fleet replacements, including a runway sweeper, finishing mower, sprayer, as well as the water system improvements previously mentioned. So again, some increases based on the strategic plan, and some of the initiatives occurring at the airport have greatly increased the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport budget, but also the accounting changes in the sole ownership of the airport have exponentially increased how the budget looks, but also has some offsets in general municipal funding. So we would be happy to take any questions related to the investments at the Lake Simcoe Regional Airport.
Just looking here, waiting for council. Do I have any questions on the airport? Or any of the ECDev? Not seeing any. So, Mark, I think you've got another 20. Oh, go ahead, Councilor Duke, go ahead.
Thanks, Warren. I was clicking on all the buttons trying to get things done. Forgot to do that. React. Anyways, just a quick question, Mark, in regards to the airport, the certification of the airport to be a certified airport. Do you have any time frame for that? And I'd like to ask, what would be the financial impact of that? Would that help us in a sense? I guess I'm assuming it would. Do you have some kind of vision?
Yeah, we're as you know, it's a long process and it takes some time, and we're moving through the process, but we're also being strategic about it because there are some improvements in the airport that perhaps would be best served if we undertook them before we were certified versus after we're certified. So we're looking at all of that strategically, Councillor Leduc. But we will continue to work towards certification. The cost of the certification has been included in the last couple of budgets. It's not, it doesn't necessarily change the budget significantly after we're certified. There's a couple of costs and annual fees, but I don't believe it's wildly material.
Okay. Councillor Evans.
Thank you, Warden. I appreciate the opportunity. Through you to the CAO. Thank you for the report. Full agreement. I think the airport's doing really well. I'm glad to see that you're looking at expanding the runway. Just a comment I want to point out to the county and to those watching. We have an airport in Tiny that's managed by the town of Midland, town of Penetanguishene, and the town of Tiny. And we're seeing positive growth in our airport as well. So I just wanted to point out that we're planning some capital expansions ourselves, and a lot of that is coming from Lake Simcoe. As Lake Simcoe Airport gets larger, The smaller airplanes are moving a little bit north, and we appreciate the support. And but I do see the airports as an overriding direction as being very positive for economic development in not just North Simcoe, but all of Simcoe. And as the GTA gets larger, I think we should constantly be reinforcing the fact that why do you need to drive to Pearson when you can drive 20 minutes north and have a full service airport there eventually. So look forward to that, and great job. Look forward to a successful 2025. Thank you, Warden.
Appreciate the comments, Councillor Evans, and you're correct. Well, operations change with Pearson and the airports that are part of the Southern Ontario Airport Network, including Lake Simcoe. Obviously, our role as a regional airport at Lake Simcoe changes, and that does have subsidiary impacts on other local airports in terms of some of the smaller air traffic and opportunities. So that is true.
Okay, I'm not seeing any more questions. We're showing more than an hour left of presentations. I'll get you, Councillor Leduc. So, okay, go ahead, James. All right. Yep.
Okay, thanks. One last question. Your ask for another economic development officer, it kind of ties into the Honda. You talk about the Honda expansion and the investment by Honda. But I'm curious as to say that the Honda investment is a long-term investment. I don't think it's that fast. So my question is it needed this year, or can that higher wait if that's related to Honda?
Yeah, appreciate the question. I mean, it's not directly related to Honda, but it's impacted by Honda in that if you look at the justification for that particular position is on page 62. It really is focusing on workforce development and our strategic plan and kind of advancing our priorities and initiatives with respect to investment attractions. So it's not directly related to Honda, but obviously investments like Honda actually put the requirement for us as a regional economic development office to really work hard and focus on the workforce development. So, in terms of your question, I would suggest, the investments that were made actually made this position more required this year than could be put off. In terms of the overall, one of the things that we do, and I don't know if councillors are aware of this, but when we have our first draft budget brought up to us, we look at all of the FTEs in terms of full-time equivalent employees. And we have a bit of a bloodletting session actually to try and reduce the impact of the taxpayer and ensure that any positions that are brought forward in the budget are properly initiated. So we're making sure our priorities are where they need to be, and that this position made it through that process just because we believe that making sure that our industries and our private sector partners in the region are well supported in terms of all the things that we do for them for labor market and job enhancement.
So supplement, if you don't mind.
Yes, go ahead.
The reason why I brought that question up, and this is not going to help me in this position here, but to tell you the truth, I would have looked at maybe an intergovernmental relations officer. That's a department we just do not have, and to me, it's a pretty serious and important position to move forward with. I mean, you talked about it in your report with the CEO of the Clerk's Archives. You talked about the intergovernmental relations that you do, but to start up a department, and I know this is not what everybody might want to hear, but it's a pretty important one because I'll tell you, with the growth we're having, I mean, I get economic development, but it's relationships that we need to address, and there's some concerns in this area when it comes to the growth happening here, because there are some issues with certain areas like hydro, stuff like that are going to impact us. So that's where I would have focused. I don't know what your thoughts are there, Mark, in the future, but that's something that I think I would be focused on because they do go hand in hand with economic development.
Yeah, and I appreciate the comment. And those thoughts have been in preliminary budget discussions probably for the last 10 years in terms of what supports do we need in the warden and CAO's office to address the opportunities and the growth that faces Simcoe County. And whether you look at a model like an intergovernmental person similar to what York Region has, or frankly, the movement of economic development to the warden's office and reporting directly to myself was partly to support that as well. So it's not off the radar, and occasionally it does come up, and it's not just intergovernmental. There's other potential supports to the warden's office that could come in future budgets. But like I said, when we look at priorities across the corporation, when you're looking at direct needs for service for health and social and community services, and direct needs for supports to some of our community partners, we haven't quite got to the point where we're going to present those types of positions in supports in the warden and CIO's office yet. But you will see that not only this position in economic development, but also when we get to service Simcoe, the need for supports to fulfill all of the projects that we talked about this morning in Jane and Mina's area. There are a couple of bodies in communications, and the warden will share with you as well that service Simcoe and communications and marketings are pretty critical to fulfill the roles that you're speaking to.
Okay, are there any other questions? Okay, with that, I am going to break for lunch. Is 20 minutes enough time for everybody to grab some lunch, get back to your computers, eat, just turn your camera off? So 1:25, then we'll come back and reconvene.
Warden, I got to go pick my lunch up. I gotta drive out and pick my lunch up. So I didn't bring lunch to work.
Can you make it back by 1:25, James?
Jeez, that's a tough one. I don't want to get a speeding ticket, Warden. You know, I've got cameras out there now.
1:30.
I thank you.
All right. All right.
And just so that everyone is aware, we'll be stopping the stream and starting up at about 1:25 in preparation for the remainder.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you very much.